The seventh argument in exposition that bodies are contingent of existence of their own essences. We say every body cannot possibly be devoid of a deficiency in its accidents, which are its magnitudes and its obtaining a position in spaces. And that which necessitates the obtaining of these accidents is not corporeality, for otherwise it would be necessitated that corporeality be equal to the bodies in these qualities. So that which necessitates them is other than their essences. We say the body cannot possibly be devoid of these qualities, and the obtaining of these qualities depends on another. So the body cannot possibly be devoid of that which is in need of a separate cause. And whatever is so is in need of a separate cause, so it is contingent of its own accord. This, then, is the sum of the paths to which the philosopher can cling, in establishing that bodies are contingent of existence of their own essences. The eighth argument, and it is the way of the dialectical theologians. This is that they establish the proofs that bodies are originated. Then they say, and every originated thing is contingent of existence of its own accord. This, then, is the sum of the aspects to which one can refer in establishing that bodies are contingent of existence of their own essences. And here is the end of the discourse on the exposition of the establishment of the knowledge of the necessary being, by deducing from the contingency of essences. And God is the master of success. The 15th chapter. In establishing the God of the world, glorious and exalted is He, based on adherence to the contingency of attributes. Know, then, that the pivot of this proof is on establishing that bodies are equal in the entirety of their quiddities, and this is a requirement difficult to impose. For one might say, just as attributes are equal in being attributes, yet they differ according to their specific quiddities, such as being blackness and whiteness, and sweetness and sourness, so too it is not improbable that bodies are equal in the generality of volume and spatial occupation, yet they differ according to their specific quiddities. So the corporeality of fire is different from the corporeality of earth, and the corporeality of each of them is different from the corporeality of the celestial sphere. And if this possibility stands, then the equality of bodies in the generality of corporeality necessitates their equality in their specific quiddities. And what strengthens this question is that magnitudes belong to the category of accidents, according to the philosophers, and the body is an expression for the essence that is receptive of these magnitudes. When this becomes manifest, we say, there are obtained here three things: the received, which is magnitude, the essence of the bodies being receptive of that magnitude, and this receptivity is a specific relation between the essence of the receptive and this magnitude, and that essence which is judged to be receptive of this magnitude. We say, as for magnitudes, there is no doubt that they are equal quiddities in being magnitudes. As for the essences of bodies being receptive of them, this too is a concept shared among them all. However, it has been established in the sciences of the intellect that different things are not prevented from sharing in some necessary concomitants. So it is impossible that the essences of bodies, differing in their specific realities and distinct in their designated quiddities, should nonetheless be shared in this receptivity. Thus it is established by this proof that the equality in bodies in the receptivity, which is volume and magnitude, and in their all being receptive of it, does not necessitate that their designated essences and their specific realities be equal. When you have understood this, we say, what is known to us of the body is that it is a thing which necessitates the acceptance of the three magnitudes. But as for what this is, according to its specific quiddity, that is not known to us. And if it is not known to us, we are not able to judge by the requirement of original innate disposition, whether they are similar or different. Thus it is established by this exposition that establishing that the body is similar in the entirety of its specific realities is a matter of the utmost difficulty. And what we have obtained in this domain is to say, there is no doubt that bodies are equal in the nature of volume and magnitude, and this measure is a matter known by self-evidence. Then we say, these bodies, which we have known to be equal in the nature of volume, we also know from their state that each one of them is other than the other, and different from it in its individual determination. And this too is known. Then we say, these things, equal in volume, distinct in determination and individuation, either they differ in quiddity or they do not. If they do not differ in quiddity, then in that case our statement is sound that bodies are similar in the entirety of their quiddities and realities, and that is what is sought. But if we say that they differ in quiddity, we say, on this supposition, equality is obtained between them in volume and difference in reality, and that by which there is sharing is other than that by which there is difference. Thus it is necessary that by their volume and their spatial occupation they be other than those specific realities by reason of which the difference was obtained. We say, on this supposition, that is divided into 3 divisions, and there are no more. For either it is said that those things by which the difference was obtained are essences, so the volume by which the sharing was obtained are attributes, or it is said the reverse of this, which is that the volume by which the sharing was obtained are essences, and the things by which the difference was obtained are attributes. Or it is said that each one of these 2 considerations is distinct from the other, neither an attribute for it nor a subject for it. This, then, is a sound division that revolves between negation and affirmation. Then we say, the first division is false, and when that is refuted, the truth remains either the second or the third, and on both suppositions what is sought is obtained. We only said that the first division is false, because volume and magnitude there is no doubt that it is obtained in space and direction. For there is no meaning to magnitude save the thing which is extended in directions and spaces. So this reality must necessarily be obtained in spaces and directions. So if we say that this volume is an attribute inhering in those things by which the difference was obtained, we say those things are either obtained in spaces and directions, or they are not. And both divisions are false. As for the first, it is because it would necessitate a contradiction. Its establishment is that when we say that bodies are equal in volume and different in another respect, then the volume by which the equality was obtained must necessarily be other than those respects by which the difference was obtained. And if that is so, then those respects which are distinct from volume, and those realities which are other than it, must necessarily not have, in their own essence, any volume or spatial occupation at all. And when this is established, we say, if we were to judge them to be obtained in spaces and directions, then in that case they would have extensions in those spaces and in those directions. So it would be necessitated to say that the thing which does not have in its own essence extension and volume has in its own essence extension and volume. And that necessitates the joining of 2 contraries, which is impossible. As for the second division, which is to say that those things are bare of obtaining a position in space and direction, free from being such that they can be pointed to by sense perception, we say it is impossible that volume inhere in this thing. This is because volume must necessarily obtain a position in a designated space and in a designated direction, and that thing is impossible of obtaining a position in a designated space and a designated direction. And the inherence of a thing which must necessarily obtain a position in space and direction, in a thing which is impossible of obtaining a position in space and direction, is known to be impossible in the self-evidence of the intellect. Thus, it is established by what we've mentioned that if volume were to inhere in those specific realities, then those specific realities would either be obtained in spaces and directions, or they would not. And the corruption of each of these two divisions has been established. So it is necessary to be certain that the assertion that volume comes to inhere in a locus is a corrupt assertion and a false doctrine. As for the second division, which is to say that volume by which the sharing was obtained are essences, and the states by which the difference was obtained are attributes, this serves our purpose. Because if volume is the essence subsisting in itself, and it has been established that volumes and magnitudes share in this quiddity, then in that case the essences are equal in the entirety of their realities. And if that is so, it is impossible that they necessitate different attributes and contrary qualities. Because equal things cannot possibly necessitate different necessary concomitants. Rather, it must be said that every attribute whose obtaining is sound for a body, its obtaining is sound for all other bodies. And every attribute from which a body is devoid, it is sound for all other bodies to be devoid of it. And if that is so, then it is sound for the body of the celestial sphere to be divested of the attributes by virtue of which the sphere became a sphere, and for the earthly attribute to obtain in it. And it is sound for the body of the earth to be divested of the attribute by virtue of which it was earth, and for the celestial attribute to obtain in it. And that is what is sought. As for the third division, which is to say that each one of these two considerations is distinct from the other, neither an attribute for it nor a subject for it, we say this is false. And on the supposition that it is true, what is sought is obtained. As for its being false, it is because we know by necessity the obtaining of a difference between the body of fire and the body of earth in their states and attributes. So the assertion that the corporeality by which there is sharing, and these attributes by which there is difference, are two distinct existents, with no connection of one to the other, neither by its being an attribute for it, nor by its being a subject for it, is a stubborn denial. As for the fact that on the supposition of its being true, what is sought is obtained, this is because on this supposition volumes are essences subsisting in themselves, equal in the entirety of their quiddities. And whenever the matter is so, it is necessary that what is sound for each one of them is sound for the other. This, then, is a strong and manifest proof that bodies are similar in the entirety of their quiddity. And those who have said that bodies cannot possibly be similar in the entirety of their quiddity have argued with several aspects. The first, if bodies were similar in the entirety of their quiddity, then the change of each one of them would be additional to it. And this is impossible, so that is impossible. The exposition of the conditional is that since bodies are equal in corporeality and different in determination, it is well known that that by which there is sharing is other than that by which there is distinction. So it would be necessitated that the determinations be other than those essences. And the exposition that the assertion that determination is additional to the essence is false is that determinations share in being determinations, and each one of them is distinguished from the other by being that determination. So it would be necessitated that for the determination there obtain another determination, and infinite regress would be necessitated, which is impossible. Thus, it is established that if we were to say that bodies are similar in the entirety of their quiddity, This impossibility would be necessitated for us. But if we do not say this impossibility is not necessitated for us. For we say that the determination of each body is an expression for its specific reality, and that reality, in the entirety of its quiddity, is other than the other reality. So it is not necessitated that determination be additional to the essence. The second difficulty. They said, if bodies were equal in corporeality, and there is no doubt that they differ according to the determination that each one of them has, then in that case it would be necessitated that the determination of each one of them be additional to its own specific essence. And if that is so, then the specification of each one with its designated determination is either for no reason, which is impossible, because the contingent is not independent of a determining principle, or it is for its essence, which is impossible, because corporeality is shared among all, and the designated determination is not shared, and that by which there is sharing cannot be the cause of that by which there is difference, or it is for a distinct agent, which is impossible. Because since the bodies are all equal in the quiddity called corporeality, the specification of some of them for the reception of that specific effect from the distinct agent would be the obtaining of one of the two possibilities of the contingent for no determining principle. So nothing remains but that it is due to the receptive, which is that receptive was, before the obtaining of this determination, described by specific states, by reason of which that receptive was prepared for the reception of this specific effect. And on this supposition, for things that are equal in the entirety of their quiddity, it is impossible that a distinction obtain in them for no reason of the receptive. Thus it is established that if bodies were equal in the entirety of their quiddity, they would not be essences subsisting in themselves, but would be attributes inhering in receptives, which is impossible. And you have already shown that a body's inhering in a locus is an impossible matter. Thus it is established that it is impossible that bodies be equal in the entirety of their quiddity. The third difficulty. If bodies were equal in corporeality, then the specification of each of them with its designated attribute would be a preponderance of one of the two possibilities of the contingent over the other for no determining principle. Because that which necessitates the obtaining of that attribute cannot possibly be an essence, because all other essences are equal to its essence in the entirety of their quiddity, even though these essences differ in these attributes. Nor can it possibly be that which necessitates that designated attribute be a power inhering in that body, because the discourse on the specification of that body with that power is like the discourse on its specification with that accident. For if that were for another power, infinite regress would be necessitated, which is impossible. Nor can it possibly be for a distinct agent, because since the essences are equal in the entirety of their quiddity, it is impossible that some of them be more worthy of some attributes. Rather, the relation of all the essences to all the attributes would be on an equal footing. So the assertion that the distinct agent specified this essence with this attribute, rather than all other essences, and rather than all other attributes, would be a preponderance of one of the two possibilities of the contingent over the other for no determining principle, which is impossible. Thus it is established that the assertion of the similarity of bodies leads to this impossibility. But if we say that they are essences that differ by their own essences and by their realities, this difficulty is removed. So this assertion is more worthy. And the response to the difficulty. We say, why is it not permissible to say that the quiddity of the body and the quiddity of the determination, when each one of them is joined to the other, each one of them becomes the cause of the determination of the other? and by this path the infinite regress is cut off. And the response to the second difficulty. We say determination, though it is an additional quality, yet why is it not permissible that it be a negative quality? And on this supposition, it is independent of a cause. And the response to the third difficulty. The philosophers say that every state obtained in a locus is preceded by the obtaining of another state, and by the fact that the preceding state necessitates the preparation of the matter for the reception of the later state in a determinate manner. As for the dialectical theologians, they say that it is not impossible that a free agent specify some essences with some attributes for no determining principle. This is the limit of the discourse on this domain, and God is the master of blessings and beneficence. The 16th chapter. In exposition of the manner of deducing from the contingency of attributes the existence of the able God. And the establishment of this path is to say, bodies are equal in corporeality and different in qualities, spatial occupations, and magnitudes. So the specification of each one of them with its designated state and its designated attribute is either for a reason or not for a reason. The second division is false, because since bodies are equal in the entirety of their quiddity, whatever is sound for some of them must be sound for the rest. Since it has been established that things similar in the entirety of their quiddity must be equal in the receptivity of attributes and accidents. And since the equality of all in receptivity has been established, if each one of them were to be specified with its designated attribute rather than the rest for no reason, it would be necessitated that the contingent occur for no determining principle, which is impossible. And its corruption has been established. And since the corruption of this division has been established, it is necessary that the specification of each body with its designated attribute be for a cause. We say, and that cause is either something inhering in the body, or something which is a locus for it, or something which is neither inhering in it nor a locus for it. And this third division is divided into three divisions, for it is either a body or corporeal, or it is neither a body nor corporeal. And all of these, except for the last division, are false. So it remains that the truth is this division. As for the first division, which is to say that which necessitates the obtaining of these attributes are powers inhering in these bodies, we say this is impossible. Because just as bodies, after their similarity in their quiddities, have differed in their accidents, so too they have differed in the powers that necessitate those accidents. And that necessitates that those powers necessitate other powers unto infinity, which is impossible. As for the second division, which is to say that which necessitates these different attributes are the matters and receptives of the bodies, this too is impossible. For we have established the certain proof that it is impossible that a body inhere in a locus and be obtained in a receptive. And the third division, which is to say that which necessitates these attributes is another distinct body, this too is impossible. Because this body would necessarily be specified by the attributes by reason of which it became a cause for all other bodies and a governor of them. And the first division returns concerning the cause of the specification of that body with those attributes. And the fourth division, which is to say that which necessitates the obtaining of these attributes in these bodies are other attributes inhering in other bodies, this, too, is false for the very same proof that has been mentioned. And since the assertion of these divisions is refuted, it is established that the truth is the second division, which is that the specification of each body with its designated attribute was only for the sake of a distinct existent, which is neither a body nor corporeal. Then the dialectical theologians said in this station that cause is either necessitating by essence or an agent by choice. The first is false, because since that existent being is neither a body nor corporeal, the relation of its reality to all bodies is a single relation. And since all bodies are equal in the entirety of their quiddity, they are all equal in the reception of the effect from that distinct being. And if the matter is so, then the reception by each one of those bodies of a specific effect from that distinct separate being would be a preponderance of one of the two possibilities of the contingent over the other for no determining principle, which is impossible. And since these divisions are refuted, it is established that the God of the world is an existent being, who is neither a body nor corporeal, and that he is a free agent and not necessitating by essence. This is the completion of the establishment of this argument. And know that the pivot of this argument is on establishing the similarity of bodies, and we have mastered the discourse concerning it. And this premise is a noble premise, of great benefit in the foundations of the religion. This is because the dialectical theologians base upon it the assertion of God, and the assertion of prophecy, and the assertion of the states of the afterlife and the resurrection. As for the establishment of the free God, the aspect for it is what we have mentioned. And as for in the establishment of prophecies, it is because this premise indicates that the breaking of habits is a possible matter, and that indicates the possibility of miracles. And as for in the establishment of the resurrection, it is because this premise indicates that the movement of the heavens is a possible matter, and the folding up of the sun and the moon is a possible matter. And everything that has come in the Qur'an concerning the states of the resurrection is possible. This, then, is the completion of the discourse on establishing this path. And know that by the exposition which we have mentioned, it becomes manifest that the composition of the higher and lower worlds indicates the existence of an able God for that composition. However, many requirements remain which this proof is not sufficient to establish. The first requirement: this proof does not indicate the origination of the essences of bodies, nor the contingency of their essences. For one might say that these bodies are necessary of existence of their own essences, but the God of the world is able to compose the higher world and what is below it. The second requirement: this proof does not indicate that governing, composing cause of this world is necessary of existence of his own accord. Rather, the possibility remains that it is contingent of existence of its own accord. So, whoever wishes to establish a being who is necessary of existence of his own accord must establish the proof that the contingent being, in its state of continuation, is in need of a cause. Then he must establish the proof for the falsity of circularity and infinite regress, and in that case he will obtain certainty of the existence of a being who is necessary of existence of his own accord. The third requirement: this proof does not indicate that the being who is necessary of existence of his own accord is an able, free agent. For one might say, why is it not permissible to say that this existent being who undertook the contingency of the composition of this world, and its arrangement, is an existent being contingent of existence of its own accord, and it is the effect of a being who is necessary of existence of his own accord, and that necessary being necessitated this free agent by an essential necessitation? And on this supposition, this proof does not serve to show that the first principle is a free agent. This, then, is the sum of what must be brought to attention in the knowledge of this proof. And God knows best. And if it be said, The questions on the proof which you have mentioned are from several aspects. The first: why have you said that the corporeal essences are all equal in the receptivity of attributes? Your statement, "Things equal in the entirety of their quiddity must be equal in the receptivity of attributes." We say this is denied. Its exposition is that on the supposition that all bodies are equal in corporeality, it is necessary that each one of them be distinguished from the other by its determination and by its individuation, by the necessity that that by which there is difference is other than that by which there is sharing. And if that is so, it is not improbable that that additional quality, I mean the specific determination, be considered in the necessitating factor on one of the two sides, and be a barrier to reception on the other side. And if the matter is so, it is not necessitated from the equality in the entirety of the quiddity that equality in receptivity obtain. The second question: that which you have mentioned, that things equal in the entirety of their quiddity must be equal in all necessary concomitants, is contradicted by many instances. One of them: a thing in the first time of its existence must be described as being originated, and is impossible of being described as being continuing. And in the second time of its existence the matter is reversed, so it becomes necessary to be described as being originated. And it is known that the disparity between a single thing, according to its obtaining in two different times, is less than the disparity obtained between two different things. So if the little disparity obtained in a single thing, by reason of its obtaining in two times, can become a barrier to equality in all judgments, then this great disparity is more worthy of being a barrier to the necessity of equality in all judgments. A second: you have already shown that what is designated by existence in the case of the necessary being and in the case of the contingent being is a single concept. I mean, inasmuch as it is designated by existence. Then the existence of the necessary being is impossible of obtaining in the essences of contingent things, and the existence of contingent things is impossible of obtaining in the essence of the necessary being. So these two existences are equal in the entirety of their quiddity, even though they differ in some necessary concomitants, which is what we have mentioned. A third: essences, quiddities, and realities are equal in being essences, realities, and quiddities. Then each one of them is specified by the attribute by virtue of which it is distinguished from all other realities and quiddities, a specification by way of necessity. A fourth: the animality which is in man is equal to the animality which is in the horse, inasmuch as it is animality. So, if what you have mentioned were sound, then in that case it would be necessary for you that it be sound for the animality of the horse to remain in its very self, with the removal of its being a horse and its being replaced by humanity. And likewise for the animality of man. And also the quality of colour, which is in blackness, is equal to the quality of colour which is in whiteness. So it would be necessary for you to judge that it is permissible for the quality of colour which is in blackness to remain with the removal of its being blackness, and its being replaced by whiteness. And it is known that that is false, and no one affirms it. A fifth, which is that bodies in their state of origination are subject to power, and in their state of continuation they are not subject to power, because the production of that which is already produced is impossible, even though the originated body is equal to the continuing body. These, then, are contradictions for which a response must be given for your proof to be complete. The third question: Why is it not permissible to say that each body was only specified with its designated attribute because there was obtained in that body a power and a nature which necessitated that accident? Your statement, the question returns concerning the specification of that body with that nature, so infinite regress follows. We say, infinite regress follows. So why have you said that it is impossible? And what indicates its permissibility are several aspects. The first, 1 is half of 2, and a third of 3, and a fourth of 4, and so on unto infinity. The second, additional attributes, it has been established by proof that they are existence obtained in extramental reality. Then they are of the category of accidents, and their obtaining in their loci are additions other than their essences, and that necessitates infinite regress. The third, we have shown that he, the Most High, is knower of knowable things, and knower of his being a knower of them, and likewise in the third and fourth degree unto infinity, and that is not infinite regress. The fourth question, why is it not permissible that the specification of each part with its designated attribute be for the sake of the matter of that body? Your statement, it is impossible that a body inhere in a locus. We say, the discourse on this domain has already passed in the matter of prime matter and form. The fifth question, why is it not permissible that the cause for the obtaining of these designated attributes in these designated essences be necessitating by essence, not an agent by choice? Your statement, the relation of that necessitating factor to all is one, so the obtaining of a preponderance is impossible. We say, this very thing is also necessitated in a free agent. For those receptives are either equal in the receptivity of attributes, without some of them having a preponderance over the rest in the receptivity of those attributes, or some of them are more worthy of some of those attributes than others. The second is false, because bodies are equal in the entirety of their quiddity, and their being so prevents a difference in this worthiness. And if that is permissible, then why is their differing in all other attributes not permissible, while they are equal in quiddity? And since this division is refuted, the first is designated. And if that is so, then the relation of the free agent to all those bodies is on an equal footing, and the relation of all those bodies to him is on an equal footing. And in that case, the specification by that agent of some of those bodies with some of those attributes would be a preponderance of one of the two possibilities of the contingent for no determining principle, which is impossible. Thus it is established that what you have brought against the philosophers in the assertion of the necessitating factor is brought in its very self against those who affirm a free agent. And the response. Your statement, why is it not permissible that determination be a part of the necessitating factor on one of the two sides, or a barrier to reception on the second side? We say, because determination is a negative quality, and a negative quality cannot be included in the necessitating factor. Or we say it is either negative or positive. If it is negative, then the question is removed, and if it is positive, the inquiry returns concerning it. Why was this essence specified with this determination, and the second essence with the second determination, and the reverse did not obtain? As for the contradictions, they are repelled. As for origination and continuation, they are not attributes additional to the essence. And if origination were an additional attribute, it would be originated, so its origination would be additional to it, and infinite regress would follow, and likewise for continuation. As for the existence of the necessary being and the existence of the contingent being, though they are equal in the mere fact of their being existence, Yet the difference in necessary concomitants was only obtained because of the quiddity, which is like the locus for that existence. For the quiddity of the truth, glorified is he, since it necessitated that existence, the removal of that existence from that quiddity is impossible. So this disparity was only obtained because of the difference in the locus and the receptive. But here we have shown that it is impossible that a body inhere in a locus. So the difference is manifest. Your statement, "Why have you said that infinite regress is false?" We say, for what has preceded in the first proof. Your statement, "The difficulty which you have brought in the necessitating factor holds in its very self in the able agent." We say, the exhaustive discourse on the difference between the necessitating factor and the free agent will come in the matter of eternity and origination. And this is the end of the discourse on establishing this proof. The 17th chapter, in enumeration of the proofs, derived from the conditions of attributes. Know that the learned have at times employed this premise in the celestial and stellar bodies, and at other times in the elemental bodies. As for the first division, which is the employment of this premise in the celestial bodies, its establishment is from several aspects. The first, every celestial sphere is specified by a designated number and a designated thickness, while it is permissible that what is obtained be either greater than it or less than it. For example, they have claimed that the thickness of the sphere of Mars is greater than the diameter of the sphere of the Sun in its entirety. And as for the thickness of the greatest sphere, it is unknown. The second, every celestial sphere is composite of parts based on the premise which we have established in the matter of substance, which is that whatever accepts imaginary division, the parts must be obtained in it before the obtaining of that imagination. And when this is established, we say the inner part could possibly have been situated externally and vice versa. So the situation of each one of them in its specific space is a permissible matter. The third, motion and rest, each one of them is permissible for each one of the bodies by way of substitution. So the specification of the celestial body with motion and the earthly body with rest is of the permissible things. The fourth, every motion that occurs could possibly occur faster than it occurred and slower than it occurred. So that designated limit of speed and slowness is of the permissible things. And if the sphere of the fixed stars were to move a single time, the sphere of the Sun would move 36,000 times. And more wondrous than this is that the greatest sphere is greater than those fixed stars by an amount that none knows save God, the Most High. Then the greatest sphere, despite its ultimate greatness, moves every day a single time, and those fixed stars do not complete a revolution except in 36,000 years. The fifth, every motion that has occurred has been directed towards a designated direction rather than all other directions. So it is of the permissible things. The sixth, every celestial sphere that appears, there exists another sphere, either higher than it or lower than it, and that in space is of the permissible things. The seventh, the description of the celestial bodies with the celestial form, and the description of the elemental bodies with the elemental form, is of the permissible things. The eighth, the bodies of the spheres are different from the bodies of the planets in their attributes, so it is of the permissible things. The ninth, the obtaining of each one of the planets in a designated point of the sphere is of the permissible things. The 10th, the specification of each planet with a designated being and a designated nature is of the permissible things. The 11th, the specification of each constellation with a designated nature and a designated matter is of the permissible things. The 12th, it has been established by proof the existence of an infinite void outside the world. So the situation of the sphere of the world in a designated part of that void, rather than all other parts, is of the permissible things. The 13th, they have claimed that every sphere from among the spheres of the celestial spheres is simple, and this requires of them the possibility from many aspects. One of them, since all the parts of that sphere are equal in nature and quiddity, the obtaining of the hollow in which the planet is situated in a designated side of that sphere, rather than all the other sides, is of the permissible things. A second, since the natures of the spheres are simple, the nature of each one of the two complementary spheres, which are separated from the inclined sphere by reason of the separation of the outer composite sphere from it, is a simple nature, even though one of the two sides is specified by thinness, and the second side is specified by thickness. So that is of the permissible things. A third, the nature of the upper surface of every sphere is equal to the nature of its lower surface, and whatever is permissible for a thing is permissible for its like. When this is established, we say, just as it is permissible for the sphere of Mercury to touch the sphere of the Moon with its concave side, it must be permissible for it to touch it with its convex side. And whenever this permissibility is established, the permissibility of rupture, separation, and tearing is a necessary concomitant. A fourth, they have claimed that the epicycle is fixed in the thickness of the sphere that is outside the centre, just as a gem is in a ring. And in that case the question returns, why did the epicycle obtain its position in that place, rather than all other places, even though all the posited parts in the sphere of the celestial sphere are equal in nature? And know that the exhaustive treatment in the exposition of these states will come in the chapter on deducing the wise maker from the origination of attributes. This, then, is the allusion to the foundational principles of the proofs taken from the bodies of the spheres according to the contingency of their attributes. As for the second division, which is the proof taken from the contingency of the attributes of the elements, we say the sphere of the earth is surrounded by water, and water by air, and air by fire. So the difference of these elemental bodies in these attributes and in these spaces is of the permissible things. So it must be by the decree of a free agent. And if it be said, the question on this proof must be preceded by a premise, which is that people have two views on the existence of this perceptible world. Some of them have said that these heavens and these planets and these elements are ancient in their essences and in their forms and in the arrangement of their places. And some of them have said that they are originated. As for those who hold the first view, they are of two factions. Some of them say that they are necessary of existence of their own essences, and they are independent of a cause and a cause. And some of them say that they are contingent of existence of their own essences, and necessary of existence by reason of the effect of an ancient cause on their existence. And these have claimed that that cause is necessitating by essence, not an agent by choice. And they call that cause that it is an effect of a cause. As for those who say that this perceptible world is originated, they have two views. Some of them say that this perceptible world is originated in its essence and in its attributes. So these distinct essences are originated, and the composition of the heavens and the elements from them is also originated. And these are the majority of the people of the religions and the sects. And some of them say that the essences of the bodies are ancient, but the compositions are originated. And those who hold this view are also of two factions. Some of them say that those parts were, in eternity, moving by nature in the infinite void, and some of them say that they were at rest and stationary. As for those who affirm their being in motion, they are the followers of Democritus. They claimed that the element of the corporeal world has parts that are indivisible in actuality and divisible in imagination. And they claimed that they are in the forms of spheres. And a sphere, if it is situated in an equal similar void, its remaining at rest is impossible. Because since all spaces with respect to it are on an equal footing, its remaining in a single position would be a preponderance of one of the two possibilities of the contingent over the other for no determining principle. And when this is established, it has become manifest that those parts must be moving of their own essences in agitated, non-uniform movements. Then it happened that those agitated parts collided in a specific manner afterwards and pushed one another in their movements. So some of them coiled around others, and some rested upon others, and from their collision and their pushing and the coiling of some upon others, these celestial bodies were generated. And this is the cause of the generation of the celestial bodies. So unless you establish the proof for the falsity of this possibility, your purpose of attributing the creation of this world to the wise and able one is not obtained. And let it not be said, why did each one of those spherical parts obtain its position in its designated space? For we had already mentioned that each one of them was moving from eternity to eternity. So the obtaining of each subsequent state was only because the preceding state had prepared the matter for the obtaining of that subsequent state. This is the establishment of their view on the manner of the generation of the spheres. As for the manner of the generation of the elements, they said, when the body of the sphere was generated in the aforementioned manner and it revolved, its interior was filled with bodies. And motion necessitates heat. And the sphere, by reason of its powerful motion, necessitates the ultimate heat and subtlety in what is contiguous to it of the bodies, and it necessitates the ultimate coldness and density in the bodies that are at the furthest remove from it, which are the bodies obtained near the centre. For this reason, the elemental body that is in contact with the body of the sphere became of the ultimate subtlety and heat, which is fire. And the elemental body which is at the furthest remove from the sphere became of the ultimate density and coldness, which is earth. And the body connected to fire, which is air, because of its being similar to fire, even though it is less subtle than fire. And the body connected to earth is water, because of its being similar to earth in density and coldness, even though it is less dense and cold than earth. This, then, is the cause of the arrangement of these elements. Then, when the spheres revolved with their different movements upon these different elements, the movements of the spheres necessitated the mixing of some of the parts of these elements with others. And the three kingdoms of minerals, plants, and animals were generated. This, then, is the detailed account of the doctrine of Democritus on this domain. They said, and unless you refute by proof the corruption of this possibility, your purpose of deducing from the states of the spheres and the elements the existence of the wise maker is not obtained at all. And the response. Aristotle has refuted this view from several aspects. One of them, he has shown that a body's being in motion of its own accord is impossible, and this has already passed in an exhaustive manner in the natural science. A second, this is based on establishing a void outside the world, and this too has already passed in an exhaustive manner. A third, this is based on the view that these perceptible bodies are composite of indivisible parts, and this matter too has already passed in an exhaustive manner. And since these three principles are false, according to Aristotle, he has necessarily judged this doctrine to be corrupt. A fourth, on the supposition of the soundness of these three principles, it is necessary that those parts not move at all. Because the parts scattered in the void, if they are similar, it is not the case that the nature of that part necessitates that it move to a space, more worthy than its moving to another space. And since the movements are equal, and they oppose and push one another, it is necessary for each one of those parts that it remain in its designated space. As for the dialectical theologians, they have refuted this doctrine based on the view that the assertion of the establishment of movements that have no beginning is impossible. And their proofs in this domain are well known, and we will mention them in the matter of eternity and origination. This, then, is the allusion to the original principles upon which the refutation of the view of Democritus is based. Then the learned have refuted that view from other aspects. The first, on the supposition to which Democritus inclined, the origination of the spheres would be for accidental, strange, and rare causes. And as for the origination of the three kingdoms of minerals, plants, and animals, it would be for original, essential, natural things. And if the matter were so, it would be necessary that the compositions of the spheres and the planets be of less nobility and of lower perfection than the compositions of the three kingdoms. And since sense perception has shown the corruption of this view, the corruption of that view is established. The second, the concave of the sphere of the moon and the convex of the sphere of fire, is also a smooth surface. And when the smooth slides upon the smooth, the movement of one does not necessitate the movement of the other. When this is established, we say, either it is said that the sphere, by reason of its movement, becomes very hot, so when it becomes hot in its essence, its heat becomes the cause of the heat of the substance of the body that is contiguous to it. And for this reason, heat is obtained in the substance of fire. Or it is said that when the sphere revolves, from its revolution is necessitated the revolution and movement of the sphere of fire. So by reason of the intensity of the movement of the sphere of fire, it becomes hot and becomes fire. The first is false, since it has been established that the spheres are neither hot nor cold. The second is also false, since it has been established that from the movement of the sphere, of the celestial sphere, is not necessitated the movement of the fire that is in the interior of the sphere. The third, we say, if it were necessitated from the movement of the sphere that the body contiguous to it turn into fire, it would also be necessitated that the body contiguous to the fire turn into fire. So, on this supposition, it is necessitated from fires being contiguous to air that the air become fire. Then it is necessitated from the contiguous to air that the water become fire on this supposition. So it is necessitated that upon the passage of ages and eras all the elements turn into fire. And it is known that that is false. This is the sum of the discourse on this domain. And God knows best the realities of matters. The 18th chapter. In establishing the knowledge of the existence of God, the Most High, based on adherence to the origination of essences, know, then, that the majority of the dialectical theologians rely on nothing but this path. This is because they establish the proof for the origination of bodies, and in that case they say every body is originated, and every originated thing has a cause and a maker. From this follows that every body has an agent and a maker. Then this proof is only complete if we say, and that agent, if it is originated, then infinite regress or circularity follows. and if it is ancient, then it is necessary of existence of his own accord, which is what is sought. As for the discourse on establishing the origination of bodies, it will come in an exhaustive manner. As for the discourse on our statement, every originated thing must have an agent and a maker. Its place is here. And it is to say, every originated thing is contingent of existence of its own accord, and whatever is contingent of existence of its own accord has an agent and a maker. From this follows that every originated thing has an agent. And in this path, the origination of bodies is used to deduce their being contingent of existence. Then their contingency is used to deduce their need for an agent. And we will mention in this chapter the manner of establishing this aspect. We say every originated thing is contingent of existence, and every contingent of existence is in need of a cause. We only said that every originated thing is contingent of existence of its own accord, because whatever is originated is in the present existent, and it was, before its existence, non-existent. And we say, if its reality were not receptive of existence, it would not have existed in the present. And if its reality were not receptive of non-existence, it would not have been non-existent in the past. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that whatever is originated, its quiddity is receptive of non-existence and receptive of existence. And there is no meaning to contingent save that. Thus it is established that every originated thing is contingent of existence of its own accord. As for the exposition that whatever is contingent of its own accord must have a cause, its establishment has already passed in the first proof. And if it be said we do not concede that every originated thing is contingent of existence of its own accord. Your statement, it was non-existent, and then it existed, and this indicates that its reality is receptive of non-existence and existence, we say, why is it not permissible to say that it was necessary of non-existence of its own accord in the first time, and then it turned into being necessary of existence of its own accord in the second time? And what indicates that what we have mentioned is a possibility are several aspects. The first, an accident, according to many people, is impossible of continuation, and if that is so, its existence in the first time is permissible. Then its non-existence in the second time is necessary. So if it is conceived that its non-existence after its existence is a necessary non-existence of its own accord, such that it is impossible that it not become non-existent, then why is it not permissible that its existence after its non-existence become necessary of its own accord, such that it is rationally impossible that it not become existent? The second, which is that this instant, which is the end of the past, and the beginning of the future, just as it was found, its continuation is impossible, because the present cannot possibly be other than the future. So this present instant was non-existent before its arrival. Then it became necessary of origination after it was non-existent. And after its origination, its continuation is impossible. So it became necessary of non-existence after it was existent. So if this is conceived in the instants, which are the end of time, why is its like not conceivable in all originated events? The third, the world, on the condition of its being preceded by a temporal non-existence, is impossible of obtaining in the instant, because the joining of two contraries is impossible. Then, in what is not yet past, that contingency originated, and the origination of that contingency is not by the agent, because whatever is by another must necessarily be removed upon the removal of that other. And the world's being sound of existence in what is not yet past is a thing established of its own accord, not for the sake of a separate cause. Thus we know that this soundness originated and was renewed not for an agent, but of its own accord. Thus it is established by what we have reminded that the origination of a thing of its own accord is conceivable in general. We concede that all that you have mentioned indicates that every originated thing is contingent, but it is contradicted by aspects indicating that the assertion of the existence of a thing that is contingent of existence is impossible. The first argument. We either say that existence is the quiddity itself, or we say that existence is other than the quiddity. And on each of these two views, the assertion of contingency is false. As for on the view that existence is the quiddity itself, we say contingency is not conceivable. This is because the thing described by the contingency of existence and non-existence is that which is at one time described by existence and at another by non-existence. And existence cannot possibly continue in the state of non-existence. Thus, it is established that on the supposition that the quiddity is the same as existence, it is impossible to judge the quiddity by the contingency of existence and non-existence. As for on the view that existence is other than the quiddity, we say, on this view, that which is described by contingency is either the quiddity or existence, or the quiddities being described by existence, and all are false. As for the fact that it is not permissible that that which is described by contingency be the quiddity, it is because when we say blackness is able to be blackness, and it is able to not be blackness, its meaning would be that it is possible to judge blackness by saying that it is not blackness, which is impossible, because it requires that in the state of its being blackness, it be possible that it not be blackness. And that is a joining of two contraries, which is impossible. As for the fact that it is not permissible that that which is described by contingency be existence, it is because its upshot returns to the fact that existence is able to become non-existence, and the corruption of this is manifest. And as for the fact that it is not permissible that that which is described by contingency be the quiddities being described by existence, it is because what we have mentioned concerning the quiddity and concerning existence returns in its very self to the quiddities being described by existence. Thus it is established that the assertion of the contingency of existence is not conceivable, whether we say that existence is the quiddity itself, or we say that it is other than the quiddity. The second argument. If we were to posit a thing to be contingent of existence, then that contingency would either be existent or non-existent. It is not permissible that it be existent, because if it were existent, it would either be necessary of existence of its own accord, which is impossible, because contingency is an attribute of the contingent and in need of it, and that which is in need of the contingent is either necessary of existence of its own accord, or it is contingent of existence of its own accord. And in that case, the contingency would be additional to it, and infinite regress would follow. Nor is it permissible that contingency be non-existent, because if contingency were non-existent, then in that case contingency would not be obtained. And also contingency on the supposition of its establishment would be present, because impossibility is non-existence, and the remover of non-existence is positivity. So it is necessary that contingency be existent. Thus it is established that if we were to posit a thing to be contingent of existence of its own accord, then its contingency would either be a positive or a negative quality. And both divisions are false. So the assertion of a thing's being contingent of existence is false. The third argument, the judgment of a thing that it is permissible that it be existent, and it is permissible that it be non-existent, requires the continuation of that quiddity in the state of the arrival of non-existence. because the thing which can be described by a thing must be established in the state of the obtaining of that attribute. So if we describe this thing as being contingent of non-existence, then this requires that the obtaining of its quiddity in the state of the arrival of non-existence not be impossible. And this requires the non-existent to be a thing, and you do not affirm this. And also, those who say that the non-existent is a thing cannot affirm contingency. This is because, on this doctrine, it is either an attribute of the quiddity or of the existence, and it is not permissible that it be an attribute of the quiddity, because for quiddities, turning and changing are impossible. So we do not conceive of contingency being an attribute for them. Nor is it permissible that it be an attribute of existence, because contingency is obtained before origination. So that which is described by that contingency must be obtained before the obtaining of existence, and existence cannot possibly be obtained before itself. And if that is so, it is impossible to assert that contingency is an attribute of existence. The fourth argument: contingency either obtains with respect to the past, or the present, or the future. And the first two divisions, because in these two divisions, one of the two sides has been found and has obtained. And with the obtaining of one of the two sides, the other side is impossible of obtaining. As for the future, we say the obtaining of contingency with respect to the future is also impossible. And what indicates this is that if we say Zaid will go to the market tomorrow and Zaid will not go to the market tomorrow, then either they are both true, which is impossible, because of the impossibility of joining two contraries, or they are both false, which is impossible, because of the impossibility of the removal of two contraries together. And since these two divisions are refuted, it remains to say that either one of them is true determinately and the other is false determinately, or one of them not determinately is true and the second not determinately is false. The second division is false, because a proposition's being true and false is a real attribute, and a real attribute that is existent in extramental reality must have a locus that is existent in extramental reality. And whatever is existent in extramental reality is determinate in itself. For whatever is existent in itself is, inasmuch as it is what it is, determinate. Thus it is established that whatever is existent in extramental reality is determinate in itself. So it must be said that whatever is not determinate in itself is not existent in extramental reality. And whatever is not existent in extramental reality cannot possibly be a locus for an attribute that is existent in extramental reality. And we have already shown that a report's being in itself in conformity with what is reported, or its not being in conformity with it in itself, is a thing established in existence itself. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned, that the statement of those who say that the true one is one of them, not determinately, is false. And since this is refuted, it is established that one of them in reality is true determinately, and the second in reality is false determinately. And whenever the matter is so, the side that corresponds to the true side is necessary of obtaining, and the side that corresponds to the false side is impossible of occurrence. Thus it is established that a thing in itself is not contingent of existence at all. Rather, it is either necessary of obtaining or impossible of obtaining. However, since the intellect does not know the side that will occur and the side that is impossible, it remains in suspense and hesitation. So this contingency is obtained in the mind. But as for in extramental reality, its obtaining is impossible. These, then, are the sum of the aspects indicating the negation of contingency. And it is the end of the discourse on the question. And the response. Our meaning of the word contingency is a thing's being such that it is permissible that it continue as it was before that, and it is permissible that it not remain as it was before that. And when our meaning of the word contingency becomes manifest, the aforementioned difficulties are removed. For we know that a sitting man, his remaining in the sitting position is not impossible, and the removal of that sitting is not impossible, and the knowledge of this is necessary. When you have understood this, we say, that which has originated after eternal non-existence, necessary knowledge is obtained that it was permissible for it to continue in that original non-existence, and it was permissible for that non-existence to be replaced by existence. And since the two matters were equal, the preponderance of one over the other for no determining principle is impossible. This, then, is what is meant by this proof, and upon apprehending it, it becomes manifest that the aforementioned questions are removed. The 19th chapter, in establishing a path for origination that does not require the addition of contingency, know, then, that the majority of the dialectical theologians have agreed that mere origination suffices for the soundness of deductions from it for the existence of the agent. However, those who say this are of two factions. One of them, those who have said that the knowledge of the originated's need for an originator is a necessary knowledge. And this is the view of Abu al-Qasim al-Kabi of the Mu'tazila, and the view of a great faction of the people of Islam. The second, the view of those who say that the knowledge of the originated's need for an agent and a maker is a demonstrable knowledge, which is not complete except after a proof. And this is the view of Abu Ali and Abu Hashim and their followers from among the Mu'tazila. As for Al-Kabi, he used to say, "We see that the rationale, whenever they perceive the origination of an originated event, they seek a cause and a source for it, without any hesitation or reflection. Thus we know that the knowledge of the originated's need for a cause and a determining principle is a self-evident knowledge ingrained in the minds of the rational. And one might say, the self-evidence of the intellect judges that the originated must have an originated cause, and it is not satisfied with attributing the origination of the originated event to a cause that was existent before that by months and years. Do you not see that one who hears the origination of a sound seeks a cause and a source for it? So if it were said, the cause of its origination is the heavens being above us and the earth beneath us, the unadulterated intellect would judge this explanation to be corrupt. And every rational person says, the heavens being above us and the earth beneath us was present before this time. So how can it be made the cause of the origination of the sound at this hour? Rather, this originated sound must have an originated cause. And if they say, is it not the case that a man who has hated another man from ancient times, and then he brings upon him a trial and a tribulation, it is said that his falling into this tribulation is not for this originated cause, but was rather for the sake of the ancient hatred. We say they must necessarily say that the ancient hatred was what necessitated the connection of the affliction to him. But as for the time of ability and possibility, it only came at this hour. So they have acknowledged here the origination of this effect for them, and it was because the conditions for the effect were only obtained at this time. And when you have understood this premise, we say, if we affirm the need of the originated judgment for an originated cause, it is necessary for us to acknowledge the dependence of every originated event on another originated event before it. And Al-Kabi is not satisfied with this view at all. And if we judge that the dependence of every originated event on a cause that was existent before it, without any change of state or alteration occurring for that cause at all, then this is something which all the rational find improbable. Thus it is established that what the unadulterated intellect of the majority of the rational judges, Al-Kabi does not approve of it, nor does he affirm it. And what Al-Kabi wants and affirms, the intellect does not judge it. The second question: the intellect, just as it finds the origination without an agent improbable, so too it finds the origination without the precedence of matter and duration improbable. For just as the origination of a building without a builder is improbable, so too the origination of a building without the precedence of wood, stone, and brick is improbable. And one of the two improbabilities is not stronger than the other. And also, the origination of an originated event not in a time nor in a specific time is also improbable. So, if the improbability in one of the two domains is an argument, then let it be an argument in all places. And if it is permissible to disregard it in some instances, so too in all other instances. And if they say that the intellect's judgment that the originated must have an agent is stronger than its judgment that the originated must have matter and duration, we see that the great majority of the rational, the judgment of their minds, does not differ in this instance. As for the dialectical theologians, they declare that judgment to be sound in the need for an agent, and they declare it to be false in the need for matter and duration. We say, as for the statements of the masters of argumentation and contention, they are not to be considered. For they have become accustomed to denying the self-evident if they need to deny it, and they have become accustomed to claiming self-evidence in what is not its place, if they need to. Thus it is established that in this domain there is no consequence in their statement. The consequence is only in the decisive judgments ingrained in the minds of the people of soundness. And we see their judgment in these domains to be on an equal footing. So the distinction is sheer arbitrariness. This is what is in this station of inquiry. The 20th chapter. In establishment of the view of those who say, the deduction from origination for the agent is not complete except with a separate proof. We have already related that this view is the doctrine of Abu Ali and Abu Hashim and the judge Abd al-Jabbar ibn Ahmad and their followers from among the Mu'tazila. They said, the arrangement of this proof is to say, the world is originated, so it must be in need of an agent, by analogy with our actions which are in need of us in their origination. They said, and every analogy must have four pillars: the original case, the derived case, the cause, and the judgment. The original case is the servant's being an originator of his own actions, and the derived case is the world, and the judgment is the need for an agent, and the cause is origination. So we are in need of establishing these four stations. As for the original case, it is our statement that our actions are in need of us for their origination. And in this station it is necessary to establish two matters. One of them is the establishment of accidents, the establishment that our movements and our rests are existent things. The second is the exposition that our actions are brought about by us, meaning that their originator is us and no other. As for the first station, they have mentioned in it the proofs indicating the establishment of accidents. As for the second station, they have argued for it by saying that these actions must necessarily occur upon our pure motives, and their non-occurrence must necessarily occur upon the establishment of deterrence. And if the matter is so, it is necessary to be certain that they are brought about by us, and not by another. And the proof for their necessary occurrence upon the obtaining of strong motives is that a fasting person in the hot summer, if his desire to drink water becomes intense, and the lawgiver commands him to drink, and the physician commands him to drink, and this man knows that there is no harm in this drinking, neither in his religion nor in his worldly life, then upon this drinking he obtains the greatest of pleasures. For upon the presence of these beliefs in his heart, it is impossible that he should not drink the water. Thus it is established that the act, upon the abundance of pure motives free from deterrence, is necessary of occurrence. And the proof that the act is impossible of occurrence upon the obtaining of pure deterrence is that one who knows what is in entering the fire of great harm, and knows that he has no benefit in entering it at all, neither in the present nor in the future, and that by that entry he does not attain the warding off of a greater harm than it. Then, upon the presence of these beliefs in his heart, his entering the fire is impossible. Thus it is established by this exposition that upon the purity of motives the obtaining of actions is necessary, and upon the purity of deterrence their obtaining is impossible. And when this is established, we say, it is necessary to be certain that these actions are brought about by us, and not by another. Because if their occurrence were not by us, then their occurrence would either be for no cause, or for a cause other than us. And on both suppositions it would not be impossible that they should occur even if we disliked them, nor that they should not occur even if we willed them. Just as the act of Zaid, since it was not possibly brought about by Amr, it is necessary that it might occur even if Amr disliked it, and it might not occur even if Amr willed it. And that invalidates what we have shown, that those actions are necessary of occurrence upon the abundance of motives, and impossible of occurrence upon the abundance of deterrence. Thus it is established by this exposition, which we have mentioned, that our actions are brought about by us. And this is the establishment of the original case of the aforementioned analogy. As for the establishment of the cause, it is that we claim that our actions' need for us was only for the sake of their origination. And the proof for this is that our actions' need for us is either for their preceding non-existence, or for their origination, or for their continuation. The first is false, because the preceding non-existence has no connection to the agent. The third is also false for two reasons. The first, if the continuing being were in need of an agent, this would be the production of that which is already produced, which is impossible. The second, the building may remain after the annihilation of the builder, and the inscription may remain after the annihilation of the inscriber. And since these two divisions are refuted, we know that the cause of the need is origination. Thus it is established that our actions are in need of us for the sake of their origination, and it is established that the cause of the need is origination. And since it has been established that bodies are originated, the cause of the need for an agent is obtained in them. So it is necessary to be certain of their need for an agent. This is the completion of the establishment of this proof, and the objections to it are from several aspects. The first, we do not concede the occurrence of our actions by us. Your statement, the proof for it, is that they must necessarily occur upon our motives, and they must necessarily remain in non-existence upon our deterrence, and that requires their occurrence by us, we say. The assertion that our actions must necessarily occur upon our motives, and are impossible of occurrence upon the absence of our motives, is not sound on the view of the Mu'tazila. The proof for this is that if those actions are necessary of occurrence upon the obtaining of these wills, and are impossible of obtaining upon the obtaining of dislikes, then the obtaining of those wills and dislikes, if it is from the servant, the servant is in need of other wills to bring them about, and infinite regress follows, which is impossible. And if their origination is not from the servant, but from God, the Most High, then when God brings those motives about in the servant, the act is necessary of issuance from him. And when he does not bring them about in him, the act is impossible of issuance from him. And in that case he is not independent in his own act, and that is contrary to the doctrine of the Mu'tazila. The second question: we concede the occurrence of our actions upon our motives, and their impossibility of occurrence upon our deterrents. So why do you say that that indicates their being brought about by us? Your statement, if they were not brought about by us, it would be permissible that they occur at the time we dislike their occurrence, and that they not occur at the time we will their occurrence, we say. Why is it not permissible to say that they occur upon the obtaining of our will, not for a cause, and not for a determining principle, but by mere chance? And the establishment of this question is to say that the origination of an originated event by mere chance, without a cause and a determining principle, either its falsity is known by self-evidence, or it is not so. If the truth is the first, then in that case, whenever we know that the world is originated, we know by necessity its need for an agent, as is the view of Al-Kabi. And in that case, this analogy, which you have mentioned, becomes useless. And if the truth is the second, which is that the impossibility of the origination of an originated event for no cause is not known except by proof, then in that case it remains for the questioner to say, why is it not permissible to say that our actions, though they occur upon the obtaining of our will, yet they occur by way of chance, without any cause at all? For if we were to establish this premise by another analogy, infinite regress would be necessitated, which is impossible. And if they say, the proof for the corruption of this possibility is that if the occurrence of our actions upon the obtaining of our will were an occurrence by mere chance, without the effect of a cause and the obtaining of a determining principle at all, it would be necessary that it not proceed in a single pattern. Because chance events do not proceed in a pattern, but their states differ. So it would be necessitated that it might happen that they originate upon our dislikes, and that it might happen that they do not originate upon our wills. We say in response to this question, why is it not permissible to say that though they have originated by way of chance, yet it has happened in this one instance of chance events that they have remained perpetually in a single pattern? This is because on the supposition that origination by way of chance is not impossible in the primary intellect, then some chance events being perpetually in a single pattern would not be impossible also in the primary intellect. And in that case, this proof is removed, and this question is directed at this proof. The third question: we concede that our actions are brought about by us. So why have you said that the cause of this need is origination? Its establishment is that we will establish many proofs in the matter of origination and eternity, that it is not permissible that origination be the cause of the need for a cause, nor a part of this cause, nor a condition for it. The fourth question: we concede that the origination of our actions is the cause of our actions' need for us. So why have you said that from this follows that the origination of the world is the cause of the world's need for an agent? Its establishment is that the origination of our actions is an expression for a qualified origination, with the qualification of its being obtained in our actions. And it does not follow from this sums being the cause of the need that origination alone is the cause of the need. And if you say, we know by necessity that that origination was not the cause of that need because of that specific origination, but for its merely being origination, we say, then this is only complete if it is established for you that origination, inasmuch as it is origination, is the cause of the need. And if that is known by self-evidence, then your effort in establishing this lengthy proof has been wasted. And if that is in need of an argument, then you have not mentioned anything but this analogy. And it has become manifest in this question that this analogy is not sound, except when it is established that origination, inasmuch as it is origination, is the cause of the need. And in that case, the proof depends on the thing to be proven, and the thing to be proven on the proof. So circularity follows, and this is the completion of the discourse on this position, and with God is success. The 21st chapter, in establishing the knowledge of the Maker by the path of the origination of attributes. Know, then, that before we have knowledge of the contingency of the essences of bodies, and before we have knowledge of their origination, we witness the origination of states and attributes which mortals are not able to bring about. Thus, it is necessarily possible for us to deduce from them the existence of the Maker. Know, then, that the bodies which are the loci of these witnessed and perceptible originated events are either the celestial bodies or the elemental bodies. As for the celestial bodies, they are the spheres and the planets, and the inquiry concerning them is either concerning the manner of their movements and their revolutions and the rising and setting of the planets, or it is concerning the night and the day, and the consideration of the states of lights and shadows, or it is concerning the different states that befall the planets by reason of their nearness or farness from the zenith, and by reason of the benefits obtained from the 4 seasons. As for the elemental bodies, they are either simple or composite. As for the simple, the inquiry is concerning the states of the 4 elements, and their compositions and their attributes, and the manner of what God, the Most High, has placed in them of wonders and benefits. And as for the composites, they are 4, the celestial effects, minerals, plants and animals. And man is included in the animals. And the inquiry concerning man is either concerning the anatomy of his body, to know what God has placed in it of secrets, wonders and marvels, or it is concerning the anatomy of the psychic faculties and their wondrous states from the kinds of their perceptions and their actions. And know that this kind of proof is more effective in the hearts and more impactful on the minds, and further from the aspects of difficulties. And the reason for this is from several aspects. The first, in this kind of proof, sense and imagination are both adversaries of the intellect, so the difficulties are removed. The second, they are many and mutually supportive, and by reason of their multiplicity and succession, they yield strength and certainty. The third, these things, if they are proofs from some aspects, are also benefits from another aspect. And man is created to love benefits. So his love for them and the inclination of his nature to them prevents him from denying them and from casting difficulties upon them. The fourth, he is never in any of his states free from witnessing something in them and engaging with a part of their parts. And much practice yields a firmly established habit. And when you have known these aspects which require the preponderance of this path over all other paths, we say, since the matter is so, the divine books are filled with this kind of proof, especially the magnificent Qur'an. And likewise, whenever you present many kinds of these proofs, the hearts are gladdened, the souls are humbled, and the thoughts submit to the acknowledgement of the existence of the wise God. And whoever wishes for an exhaustive treatment of it, It is as if his purpose is not completed save by the exposition of the secrets of the wisdom of God, the Most High, in all his creatures and all his creations, in the two worlds of creation and command, and the gathering of the bodies and the spirits. However, we will intimate the foundational principles of these genera and species, such that man becomes able from them to derive and to elaborate, and from him is guidance and success. The 22nd chapter. In deducing the existence of the wise, merciful God from the manner of the generation of man from a drop of semen. And the establishment of this proof is to say, we see that the structure of bodies is composite of organs that differ in magnitude, form, arrangement, hardness, and softness. Then this structure, despite the difference of its parts in attributes and states, we see it to be generated from a drop of semen. Then we say, this drop of semen is either a body whose parts are similar in reality, or it is said that though its parts are similar according to the senses, yet its parts are different in reality. This is because semen is a body that separates from the dissolution of the organs. So from the flesh separates a part in which the fleshy nature has obtained, and from the bone separates a part in which the bony nature has obtained, and likewise for all the parts and members. And know that many of the naturalists have inclined to this view, and they have argued for its soundness with several aspects. The first, the generality of pleasure in all the organs upon the separation of the drop of semen. The second, the resemblance of the organs of the offspring to the organs of the parents in deficiency and excess and in quality. Because since the semen separates from the whole body, the resemblance is obtained in the whole body. And if the semen were to separate only from some of the organs, it would be necessary that the resemblance be obtained only in those organs. The third, if a defect were to obtain in an organ of the parents, its like might obtain in the offspring. And likewise for the moles and marks present on the skin of the parents, for its like obtains on the skin of the offspring. These states, then, are strong signs which give the impression that the semen separates only from the whole body, not from some of its parts. And on this view, the part which separates from the flesh becomes flesh, and the part which separates from the bone becomes bone. And when you have understood this, it has become manifest that the body of the semen, though its parts are similar according to the senses, yet its parts are different in reality. And when you have understood this, know that we will mention the manner of deducing from the formation of the body from semen the existence of the wise Maker on each of the two views. As for on the view that the body of the semen has similar parts in reality, the establishment of the proof is to say, the body of the semen has similar parts in reality, and the relation of the heat of the womb and the natural power and its effect by the natures and the stars and the spheres to all the parts of that semen is on an equal footing. And if the receptive has similar parts, then the relation of the effect of the agent to all those parts is on an equal footing. So on this supposition it is necessary that the effect be similar and that the act be equal. And it would be necessary that the body of man be a body whose parts are similar in nature, attribute, and specific property. And it is known that it is not so. And also the doctrine of the sages is that a single power, if it acts upon a single matter, it is necessary that the form that is obtained be the sphere. So it would follow that the body of man be of a single body whose parts are similar in nature, and that its form be the sphere. And since the matter is not so, we know that the cause in the formation of the body of man is not the natural power, but the wise, merciful God. As for on the view that the body of the semen is a composite body of parts of different natures, we say, the establishment of this proof based on this view is from two aspects. The first, every composite, the dissolution of its composition terminates at simple things. So, if the body of the semen is composite of bodies of different natures, then each one of those bodies must be a simple body in itself. And the power acting in that simple matter does not accept any but a similar form, which is the sphere. And in that case it would follow that the body of man be formed in the shape of a sphere, with some of them joined to others. And since the matter is not so, this view has been corrupted. The second aspect, the body of the semen is a moist body, and a moist body does not preserve the position and arrangement of its parts. So the part which is the matter for the brain is a specific part, and the part which is the matter for the heart is another part. And if a moist body does not preserve position and arrangement, then perhaps the part which is the matter for the heart obtains a position above the part which is the matter for the brain, obtaining a position in the middle. And in that case it would be necessary that that man be born such that his heart is above, and his brain is in the middle. And since the matter is not so at all, we know that the obtaining of the substances of these organs and the obtaining of the arrangement that is in them was only by the creation of an able, wise, knowable God, not by the effect of the natures and the spheres. For one who is not knowable and wise, it is impossible that well-ordered, perfected actions, in conformity with what is beneficial, should proceed from him. And this is a strong and complete proof. And because of the strength of its manifestation, God, the Most High, has mentioned it in the magnificent Qur'an in more than 80 places. And, if it be said, the questions on it are from several aspects. The first, why is it not permissible to say that each one of the parts of the womb is specified by a specific property, by reason of which it necessitates the origination of the specific quality in the part of the semen that is in contact with it? So the generation of the different organs would be for this reason. The second question, why is it not permissible to say that in the body of the semen there inheres a specific power, which is called the generative power, and that generative power is what has produced these different effects and has performed these wondrous actions? And if they say, this is impossible, because this power that inheres in the body of the semen, called the generative power, either it has knowledge of the existence of benefits and what is beneficial, and a power to obtain the most beneficial and most sound way of the conformable compositions, or it is said that this power is a power that has no awareness of anything, nor any power to obtain anything, but is a power devoid of awareness and perception. As for the first division, it is false. For if the matter were so, then that power would be a knower of the existence of benefits and what is beneficial, and of harms and corruptions, and able to obtain the benefits and to ward off the harms. And it would be it which created this body and composed this structure in this wondrous composition and this strange arrangement. But we know by necessity that the matter is not so, because the bodily powers and the human soul, in the state of the perfection of the intellect and in the state of the perfection of the body, are in a more perfect state than they were at the beginning. At the time the body was a drop of semen. So when the human soul, in its state of perfection, is not able to do anything of these states, then in the state in which it was at the utmost of deficiency and formlessness, how is it conceivable to say that it was able to perform these wondrous actions? As for the second division, which is to say that the generative power is a power devoid of awareness, perception and understanding, we say then on this supposition it is a power necessitating of its own accord an effect from among the effects, without awareness, nor perception, nor intention. And the matter is simple and similar. And in that case the aforementioned entailments return of that man's being a single sphere, or spheres joined one to another, without the position and arrangement of the organs being considered, but being difficult of arrangement, occurring as chance things occur. And all of that is false. The questioner responded to this. Many of the physicians and the philosophers say that nature is wise, and that it is perfect in wisdom, power, and knowledge. And if this is a view that some people have said, then what is the proof for its corruption? We concede that it is not described by knowledge and power. But why is it not permissible that well-ordered, perfected actions proceed from it? And what indicates that what we have mentioned is a possibility are two aspects. The first, artificial actions, when they have become firmly established habits in the soul, and have reached the limit of perfection and completeness, then the rational, when they wish to describe them with completeness and perfection, they liken them to nature. So they say this work has become natural for him, and this craft has become a nature for him. And were it not that it has been established in their minds that the actions of nature are more perfect and more powerful and more complete, they would not have likened the art to nature at the time of attempting to describe it with perfection and completeness. The second, one who does not know the craft of writing or the craft of playing the lute, then, as long as he is in need, in performing those actions, of looking at each inscribed letter and each plucked note, he is not perfect in that craft, nor is he skilled in that art. But when he reaches the limit of perfection and completeness in the craft, that is only when he's independent of reflecting on each letter and each note, and he becomes practiced in performing that work by the requirement of nature. And this indicates that the work of nature is at the utmost of perfection and completeness. The third question, we say, if what you have mentioned indicates that this composition did not proceed save from the God of the world, then here is what indicates its corruption. This is because these wondrous compositions, just as they are obtained in the composition of the body of man, so too they are obtained in the composition of the body of the mosquito, the bedbug, the ant, and the worm. So if we were to say that these compositions are not obtained save by the bringing into being of the Creator of the world, we would be obliged to say that the generation of the worm in filth did not obtain save by the bringing into being of the God of the world. And likewise for the generation of all the base and filthy animals. And that is improbable, because the God of the world, in the majesty of his power, it is improbable that he should undertake the bringing into being of these base animals. The fourth question, we concede that the body of creation is not formed, save by the creation of a wise agent. So why is it not permissible to say that that Creator is a sphere from among the spheres, and a planet from among the planets, and they are living, rational, knowing, wise beings, perfect in wisdom, and complete in knowledge? So, unless you refute this possibility, your proof in establishing the wise God is not complete. The fifth question, the Creator of the bodies of animals is something other than the spheres and the planets. So why is it not permissible to say that their Creator is a spirit from among the celestial spirits, such as a soul or an intellect or an angel from among the angels, as is the doctrine of India? For they believe that the governor of every side of the earth and every spot of the world is a designated celestial spirit. Then, for the sake of this belief, they have built for each of those spirits temples and images, and they have claimed that they serve as a representation of that spirit. Then they go to great lengths in revering that, and they claim that those angels are all servants of God, and that mortals do not have the capacity to be the servants of God, the Most High. Rather, the ultimate goal in their case is servitude to the angels, who are the servants of God. So, unless you refute this possibility by proof, your purpose is not obtained, and God knows best. And the response, your statement, why is it not permissible that each one of the parts of the womb be specified by a property by reason of which it produces the specific effect? We say sense perception indicates that the womb has similar parts in nature and in specific property. And also, most of the organs that differ in power and attribute are only formed in the interior of the body, and the parts of the womb are not in contact with any of them. Your statement, why is it not permissible that the cause for the origination of these bodies be the natural generative power? We say we know by necessity that the natural powers present in our organs do not have perfect wisdom and perfect power. And we know by necessity that that which is devoid of knowledge and power cannot possibly bring into being a structure like this, comprising these wondrous benefits. And everything that is mentioned in establishing this premise runs the course of clarifying what is already clear. And everything that the adversary mentions in refuting it runs the course of denying the self-evident. And Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi has composed a book on establishing the proof for the existence of the wise God by means of the human body. And he said at the beginning of that treatise, whoever has seen a jug and has reflected on the manner of its composition, and has seen the head of the jug like a wide funnel, and has seen its structure moderate in narrowness and wideness, and has seen its handle in a specific form, and then he has known that its wide head is suitable for water to be poured into it, and he has known that the rest of its structure, which is at the intermediate limit in wideness and narrowness, is suitable for water to come out of it in a moderate amount, and he has known that its handle is suitable for being held by the hand. Then whoever's intellect is sound from all kinds of afflictions, and pure, is certain that this jug, composed of these parts suitable for these benefits, was not formed by itself, and was not created of its own accord. And also it was not formed according to a nature devoid of awareness and perception. Rather, he is certain that a knowing, able agent knew that the benefit is not completed with this jug for the specific purposes, except upon the obtaining of these three parts in these specific qualities. As for the wide head, it is so that it is easy to pour water into the jug, and as for the moderate opening in the spout, it is so that the coming out of the water from it in a moderate amount is good, and as for the handle, it is so that it is easy to take it by the hand when there is a need to use it. So when that wise agent knew that the benefit of the jug is not completed except upon the obtaining of these three qualities, that wise one necessarily composed the creation of this jug in this suitable manner and this form that is in conformity with this purpose. Then Muhammad ibn Zakaria, after mentioning this good statement, in conformity with the purpose, embarked upon the exposition of the athar of the wisdom of the Merciful One in the creation of the human body. And he mentioned some of what is in it of wondrous compositions and forms that conform to wisdom and benefit. Then he said after that, and the unadulterated intellect is a witness that these wonders and marvels in the composition of this body cannot possibly proceed save from an able, wise Creator who created this structure with his power and perfected it with his wisdom. And know that this exposition which Muhammad ibn Zakaria has mentioned in this place is a good and complete exposition. And at this point it becomes manifest to the sound intellect that these contrived aspects mentioned in the exposition, that it is permissible for these wondrous effects obtained in the creation of the human body to proceed from mere nature devoid of knowledge and power, are weak and base aspects, running the course of hiding the disk of the sun with a handful of dust. He, the Most High, has said in the divine book, "Have we not created you from a fluid despised? And we placed it in a firm lodging for a known term, and we have decreed, and excellent are the decreers. Woe that day to those who deny." 77:20-24. So his saying, "And we placed it in a firm lodging for a known term," its meaning is that the nature of semen necessitates movement and removal, except when he has governed its creation in the womb with a wondrous governance that necessitates the holding fast of that drop. In the womb we have governed the creation of that organ such that it necessitates its holding fast to a designated limit and a known time, which is the period in which the fetus needs to be completed and perfected. So when the body is completed and the creation is perfected, that holding fast is removed, and that preservation is nullified, and the preserving, holding nature is turned into one that releases and expels. And at that point the child separates from the womb. So his saying, "for a known term," is an allusion to the fact that the continuation of that body in the known place is extended to the measure of the need. So when the time of need has passed, the stability in that place does not remain. Then he said, "Woe that day to those who deny," meaning whoever knows that these are actions that occur in a manner of wisdom and mercy and the effusion of blessing, and then a person were to attribute them to a nature that has no awareness, nor perception, nor power to perform any of the actions. That person would be one who denies the self-evident sciences and rejects the certain realizations, so he would be deserving of woe and affliction. As for your statement, why is it not permissible to attribute that to nature, because people attribute good actions to nature? We say the repelling of the self-evident for the sake of clinging to words which some of the people of the Arabs mention is false. Your statement, "It is necessitated to attribute the creation of all animals to the Creator of the world," we say, and so we say. And as for what concerns beauty and ugliness, the discourse concerning it will come with exhaustive treatment. Your statement, "Why is it not permissible that the direct creator of these bodies be the spheres and the planets?" We say there is no doubt that this possibility stands. But since we have shown that bodies are similar, then in that case it becomes manifest to us that the specification of every sphere and every planet with its designated attribute and its designated specific property was only by the creation of the wise God. And on this supposition, this statement does not harm us. And as for your statement, why is it not permissible that the agent of these compositions be an intellect and a soul? We say this possibility stands. However, we say that intellect or soul, if it is contingent of existence, is in need of a cause, and circularity and infinite regress are false. So there must be a termination at a being who is necessary of existence of his own accord. And if that thing is necessary of existence, then that is what is sought. And know that the crafts prepared for needs and necessities are not repelled except by terminating at a being who is necessary of existence of his own accord. For this reason it has come in the divine book the saying of God, the Most High, and that unto thy sustainer is the final goal. 53:42. And whoever reflects in a true manner will know that this word is the wellspring of all good things, and the centre of all benefits and felicities, and with God is success. The 23rd chapter. In establishing the proof for the existence of the God of the world based on the origination of attributes by another path. Know that the path which we have mentioned in deducing from the origination of the human body is a deduction from a state of the states. And here is a path similar to it, but it is a deduction from a state from among the states of the world of the spheres, which is the higher world. And it is known that the deduction from the states of that world for the existence of God is more manifest and more powerful, as he has said in the divine book. Verily, the creation of the heavens and the earth is greater than the creation of mankind. 40:57. And this path is that upon which the ancient philosophers relied in establishing the God of this world. They said, there have been obtained in this world infinite cycles and movements that have no beginning and no end, and they must have an agent, and their agent must be powerful over infinite actions. And the agent of actions that are infinite cannot possibly be a body or corporeal. So it is necessary to acknowledge a being who is neither a body nor corporeal, and who is the mover of these actions and these planets. And that existent being is God, the Most High. And know that this proof is composite of premises. The first premise, in establishing movements that have no beginning and no end. And the sages have relied in establishing this requirement on the view that time is the measure of motion. Then it has been established that it is impossible that time should have a beginning and an end. So it is necessary to acknowledge the existence of a motion that has no beginning and no end. And the premises of this argument are well known. And the author, may God have mercy on him, said, and in my view, it is possible to establish it by another path based on the principles of the philosophers. It is said there is no doubt that here there are movements and changes. So these originated events must have a cause, and the cause of this originated event is either ancient or originated. If it is ancient, then either its bringing about this originated event depends on a condition, or it does not. If it does not, then in that case this ancient being was existent from eternity until now, without this originated event proceeding from it. Then this originated event proceeded without this time being distinguished from all other times by that for which it became more worthy of the origination of this originated event. And this requires the preponderance of the contingent for no determining principle, which is impossible. Thus it is established that on the supposition that the cause affecting the origination of this originated event is an ancient existent, yet it is necessary to acknowledge that its effect on the existence of this originated event is conditioned by an originated condition. And in that case, the matter returns to the second division, which is that the originated effect must have an originated cause. Then the discourse on that originated event is like the discourse on the first. So this leads to infinite regress. And either infinite regress is obtained in causes and effects that exist at a single instant, which is impossible, or it is not obtained, such that each one of them is preceded by another, not to a beginning. And that is what the philosophers affirm and what they incline to. And upon the manifestation of this meaning, it has been established for them the existence of originated events that have no beginning, and the existence of movements that have no beginning. As for the second premise, which is their statement, these originated events must have a cause, an agent, and a bringer into being, The establishment of this premise is based on the view that it is impossible that a body move by itself or by its essence. And the discourse on this matter is mentioned in the natural science in an exhaustive manner. And when it is established that it is impossible that they be moving of their own essences, it is necessary to affirm that they must have a mover that moves them, and a cause that affects the existence of their movements. As for the third premise, it is the exposition that a corporeal power does not have the strength for infinite actions. And the establishment of this premise is that every corporeal power inheres in a locus that occupies space. And everything that occupies space is divisible, based on the negation of the individual substance. And whatever inheres in a divisible locus is divisible. So every corporeal power is divisible. When this is established, we say, a part of that power either has no power for anything at all, or it has power for all of it, or it has power for something less than what the whole has power for. And the three divisions are false. We only said that it is impossible to say that a part of the power has no power for anything at all, because that power is nothing but those parts, and it has no power for anything at all. So it must be said that the sum of that power has no power for anything at all. So it would be necessitated to say that the power for a thing is not a power for a thing. This is a contradiction. As for the second division, which is to say that a part of the power has power for the whole of what the whole power has power for, this too is impossible, because it would be necessitated that the whole be like the part without any disparity at all, which is impossible. As for the third, which is to say that a part of the power has power for a part of what the whole has power for, we say, if the matter is so, then if we posit that the whole of that power and its part began to move from a designated beginning, then in that case it is necessitated that the action of the part be finite. And if that is so, then the action of the whole is a multiple of the action of the part by a finite number of times, and the multiple of the finite is finite. So it is necessary that the action of the power be finite. Thus it is established that the actions of corporeal powers must be finite, and it is impossible that infinite actions proceed from a corporeal power. Thus it has become manifest from this aspect the soundness of these premises, and when this is established, we say it has been established by proof the existence of infinite movements, and it has been established by proof that they must have a cause that affects them and a bringer into being that brings them into being. And it has been established by proof that the bringer into being of infinite actions cannot possibly be a body or corporeal. So nothing remains but to acknowledge the existence of a being who is neither a body nor corporeal, and who is the mover of the bodies of the spheres and the planets, and who is the mover of the elements according to their mixtures, which have no beginning. And that existent being is the God of the world and the governor of the world. And this path was that upon which the ancient philosophers of the followers of Aristotle relied in establishing the God of this world. And know that the doctrine of the dialectical theologians is that the assertion of the existence of originated events that have no beginning is impossible, and that it is necessary that originated events terminate at an originated event which is the first of the originated events. And their proofs are many, and we will mention them in the matter of origination and eternity. However, we will mention here one of those proofs. We say the proof that the matter is, as we have mentioned, is that the quiddity of motion, and its reality, is that it is a transition from one state to another. And whatever is so, its reality requires that it be preceded by the state from which it has transitioned. And whatever is so, its reality requires that it be preceded by another. Thus it is established that the reality of motion and its quiddity requires that it be preceded by another. As for the reality of eternity and the negation of priority, it requires that it not be preceded by another. And when this is established, we say, if we were to posit a motion existent in eternity, then it, by virtue of its being a motion, would either be preceded by another, or by virtue of its being eternal, it must not be preceded by another. And that necessitates the joining of two contraries, which is impossible. Thus it is established by this proof that there must be a beginning for the movements and a start. And when this is established, we say, before that time, which is the beginning of the movements, either it is said that all bodies were non-existent, and then they came to be and moved, or it is said that though the bodies were existent, yet they were at rest and stationary. So when that time came, he originated in their rapid movements, some to the east, and some to the west, and some to the north, and some to the south. And on both suppositions, the unadulterated intellect witnesses their need for a God who moves them and governs them. And if we say that they were utterly non-existent, and then they came to be and moved, then the intellect judges their need for a bringer into being. And if we say that they were existent, but they were stationary, and then they began to move from that time, then the intellect also judges their need for a mover and a governor. Thus it is established that the movements of the spheres indicate, in all respects, their need for a governor who governs them, and a mover who moves them. And know that the philosophers have said that the movements of the spheres have no beginning, so it is necessary that they be in need of a mover that moves them, and a governor that governs them. And the dialectical theologians have said that the movements of the spheres have a beginning, so it is necessary that they be in need of a mover and a governor. And it's also possible to say that these movements, either it is said that they have no beginning, or it's said that they have a beginning. If we say that they have no beginning, then their need for a God who is neither a body nor corporeal is necessary, by the path which the philosophers have mentioned. And if we say that those movements have a beginning and a start, then their need for a causing mover is also necessary, by the path which the dialectical theologians have mentioned. Thus it has become manifest that on all suppositions it is necessary to acknowledge the existence of a God for this world who governs it and disposes of it as he wills and desires. Oh, verily, his is the creation and the command. Blessed is God, the sustainer of the worlds. 7:54. And with God is success. The 24th chapter. In establishing another path in the proof of God, the Most High, for this creation, know that whoever reflects on the parts of the higher and lower worlds, it will become manifest to him that this world is built in the most beneficial and most sound manner, and the most excellent and most perfected arrangement. And the unadulterated intellect is a witness that the occurrence of a thing in this manner cannot be save by the governance of a wise, knowing one. So this path indicates the existence of God for this world. And let us mention the principles of this domain. We say the locus of consideration is either the higher world or the lower world. If the locus of consideration is the existence of the lower world, then this is from several aspects. One of them, the many wonders which God, the Most High, has placed in the body of man. And the complete discourse on this is mentioned in the book on the anatomy of the human body. A second, the many wonders which God, the Most High, has placed in the spirit of man and his soul. And the complete discourse on this is mentioned in the book on the soul. A third, the wonders of the states of animals and their details, and they are mentioned in the book on animals. A fourth, the wonders of the states of plants, and they are mentioned in the book on plants. A fifth, the wonders of the states of minerals, and they are mentioned in the book on minerals, I mean their specific properties and the effect of some of them on others, and the generation of wonders and marvels from the manner of their mixtures. And the books of the majority indicate many states of them. A sixth, the wonders of the celestial effects. A seventh, the wonders of the strata of the elements, and they are mentioned in the book on the attributes of the elements. An eighth, the wonders obtained by reason of the considered relations between those things and the manner of the assistance of each one in the preservation of the kind of the rest. And as for when the locus of consideration is the higher world, then the inquiry concerning it is from several aspects. The first, knowledge of the natures of the spheres and the planets. A second, knowledge of their magnitudes and the eye of each one of them. A third, knowledge of their different movements according to longitude and latitude, and the occurrence of those movements in the most sound and most beneficial manner. And they are 45 kinds of movement. This is because there befalls each of the 7 planets 6 movements to 6 different directions, one of them from the east to the west, a second from the west to the east, a third from the south to the north, a fourth from the north to the south, a fifth from above to below, a sixth from below to above. So their sum is 42 kinds of movement, and there befall the fixed stars 2 movements, and for the encompassing sphere 1 movement. So those are 45 kinds of movement. And for each one of them is a specific measure in speed and slowness and direction. And for each one of them is a specific effect in the benefits of this world. Were it not to exist, the benefits of this world would be confounded. And there is no doubt that these wondrous arrangements did not occur by the essence of the body, so they are by the governance of a wise, knowing governor. A fourth, the connection of the states of the lower world to the states of the movements of the higher bodies. For by reason of the daily movement, the night and the day alternate with the great number of benefits in them, and by reason of the monthly movement obtained by reason of the moon are the benefits. And by reason of the yearly movement obtained by reason of the sun is the obtaining of the 4 seasons, the quantity of whose benefits none knows save God the Most High. A fifth, the manner of the connection of the states of this world to the movement of the sun in its course, and the exposition that he has made the sun the sovereign of the world of bodies, and has made all other planets like the subjects for it, and has connected with its course the states of the seas and the mountains, and the places of civilization and the places of ruin on the earth. A sixth, reflection on the states of the fixed stars and on the states of the moving planets. And certainty is obtained that he, the Most High, has placed in each one of them dazzling wisdoms and wondrous secrets, and there is no path for human intellects to know them save in a very, very little. And know that this kind of inquiry is a shoreless sea. And there is not in any of the books an exposition of this kind of proof as there is in the Qur'an, for it is filled with this kind of exposition. God, the Most High, has said, "Verily, in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the alternation of the night and the day, and the ships that run upon the sea, with that which is of use to men, and the water which God sends down from the sky, giving life thereby to the earth, after it had been lifeless, and spreading abroad in it all manner of living creatures, and the marshalling of the winds, and the clouds constrained between the sky and the earth. In all this there are messages indeed for people who use their reason." 164. So this verse comprises 8 kinds of proofs. The first three are of the celestial proofs, which is his saying, the Most High. Verily, in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the alternation of the night and the day. And the remaining 5 proofs are the proofs of the world of the elements, which is his saying, the Most High, and the ships that run upon the sea with that which is of use to men. Then he mentioned after it the proofs of plants, and said, and the water which God sends down from the sky, giving life thereby to the earth after it had been lifeless. Then he mentioned after it the proofs of animals, and said, and spreading abroad in it all manner of living creatures. Then he mentioned the proofs of the celestial effects, and he mentioned in them 2 kinds, the winds and the clouds. And he said, and the marshalling of the winds, and the clouds constrained between the sky and the earth. And when he had mentioned these 8 proofs, he said, messages indeed for people who use their reason. And we will conclude these chapters with the conclusion of great benefit, which is that the proofs which the sages and the dialectical theologians have mentioned, though they are complete and strong, yet this path mentioned in the Qur'an, in my view, is closer to the truth and the right. This is because those proofs are subtle, and because of the subtlety in them, the doors of difficulties have been opened, and the questions have multiplied. As for the path that has come in the Qur'an, its upshot returns to a single path, which is the prevention of delving too deeply, and the guarding against opening the door of disputation, and the directing of the understanding and the intellect to the multiplication of the proofs of the higher and lower worlds. And whoever leaves aside prejudice and has an experience like my experience will know that the truth is what I have mentioned. And since it has been established that this path which God has mentioned in the Qur'an is more beneficial and more preponderant in the hearts, we have necessarily devoted to it an independent chapter, which is the 2nd section of this book. And we ask God, the Most High, for guidance and mercy and direction to the truth by his grace, for he is the best of those who grant success and aid. The 2nd section of the first part of the sciences of this book, in detailing the proofs, indicating the existence of the ancient God, the proofs found in the world of the spheres and the world of the elements. The first chapter. In exposition that the multiplication of these proofs is of the most important of the important things know, then that proofs may be decisive and they may be persuasive, and the multiplication of persuasive proofs may lead to the yielding of certainty. This is because a single persuasive proof may yield an opinion. So if a second proof is joined to it, the opinion is strengthened, and whenever he hears another proof, the opinion increases in strength, and it may finally lead to the obtaining of certainty and conviction. And this meaning is one of the benefits which the author of the Logic mentioned in teaching the principles of dialectic. He said, because the dialectical principles, though they may yield an opinion, yet those opinions, if they are strengthened, may reach the limit of certainty. Thus it is established that dialectic may take the place of demonstration in yielding certainty, and the most worthy of places for observing caution in it, and for going to great lengths in establishing it, and for removing doubts and difficulties, is the knowledge of the governing, wise God. And since we have gone to great lengths in establishing the rational proofs in the first section, we wish to gather the manifest and clear proofs that come readily to the understandings in this section, so that may be and striving for the attainment of this felicity to the utmost of what is possible. And with God is success. The second chapter, concerning the relation of words transmitted from the great ones among men upon this subject. The first, It is related that the Prophet, God's peace and blessings be upon him, said unto Imran ibn al-Husayn, "How many a deity dost thou possess?" He replied, 10. The Prophet asked, "And who then is for thy blessings, thy generosity, and for the mighty affair that might befall thee?" He answered, "God, the Most High." Whereupon the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Then thou hast no deity save God." The second, it is related that a certain denier of faith disputed the existence of the Maker in the presence of Ja'far ibn Muhammad al-Sadiq. So Ja'far asked him, "What is thy craft?" He replied, "Commerce." Ja'far then asked, "Hast thou ever journeyed upon the sea?" "Yes," he said. "And hast thou witnessed its terrors?" Ja'far inquired. The man replied, "Indeed, upon a certain day a tremendous tempest arose, shattering the vessels and drowning the seamen. I myself clung to a plank from the ship, but then that very plank was swept from me, and I found myself amidst the clashing of the waves, until I was cast upon the shore." Ja'far then asked him, "Before this, thy reliance was upon the ship and the seamen, and then upon the plank. But when all these things were taken from thee, didst thou surrender thyself unto perdition, or didst thou hope for deliverance?" He answered, "Nay, but I hoped for deliverance." Ja'far asked, "From whom didst thou hope for it?" The man fell silent, and Ja'far said, "Verily, thy God is he in whom thou didst place thy hope in that very hour, and he it is who saved thee from drowning and brought thee to safety. And know that this proof is taken from the Qur'an, for God the Most High has said, and so, when they embark on a ship, they call unto God, sincere in their faith in him alone." 29:65. The third, Abu Hanifa was as a sword against the materialists, who sought an opportunity to slay him. And as he sat one day in his mosque, a band of them descended upon him with drawn swords, intending his death. He said to them, "First answer me concerning a certain matter, and thereafter do as you please." They said, "Speak." And he said, "What say you of a man who tells you, 'I have seen a vessel laden with cargo, filled with heavy wares, encompassed in the deep sea by tumultuous waves and shifting winds, and in these very conditions it sails on a straight course, with no mariner to guide it, nor any guardian to preserve it. Is such a thing conceivable to the intellect?' They replied, 'Nay, this is a thing the intellect cannot accept.' Abu Hanifa then exclaimed, 'Limitless is God in his glory. If it is not possible for the intellect to conceive of a ship sailing without a guardian or a preserver, how then is it possible for this world to subsist, with all the diversity of its states, the vastness of its reaches, and the variety of its climes, without a maker and a guardian?' And they all wept and said, 'Thou hast spoken the truth.' And know that this line of reasoning is taken from his saying, 'Glorified is he,' and of his signs is this, that the heavens and the earth stand firm by his command, 30:25, and from the saying of God the Most High, 'It is God who has raised the heavens without any supports that you can see,' 13:2. The fourth, they asked al-Shafi'i for a proof of the Maker's existence, and he said, 'Consider the mulberry leaf. Its taste, its colour, its scent, and its essence are all one. The silkworm eats of it and brings forth silk. The bee eats of it and brings forth honey. The gazelle eats of it, and musk forms in its navel. And all other creatures eat of it, and it turns to putrid waste. Thus he who has ordained these bodies upon these wondrous paths is God. Glorified is he.' The fifth, Ja'far al-Sadiq was asked about this matter once again, and he replied, 'We have witnessed a fortress, fortified and smooth, its exterior like molten silver, and its interior filled with liquid gold. Then its walls did split asunder, and from the fortress there emerged a living creature, endowed with hearing and with sight. There must then be an ordainer who ordains it, and a maker who creates it. And by the fortress he meant the egg, and by the living creature, the chick. The sixth. Harun al-Rashid questioned Malik concerning this, and he adduced as proof the diversity of voices, the cadence of melodies, and the variance of tongues. And this is taken from the Qur'an in his saying, the Most High, and the diversity of your tongues and colours, 30:22. The seventh. Abu Nuwas was asked about this matter, and he answered in verse, Contemplate the green shoots of the earth, and behold the works of what the Sovereign hath wrought. Upon stalks of emerald are witnesses, that God verily hath no partner. The eighth. A Bedouin was asked for a proof. He replied, The dropping points to the camel, and the dung to the ass, and the footprints to the traveller. So does not a heaven with its constellations, and an earth with its pathways, point to the all-knowing, the all-powerful? The ninth. It was said to a physician, By what means didst thou come to know thy Lord? He answered, By the loosened myrobalan which purges, and the binding saliva which restrains. Another said, I knew him by a tiny creature, in one end of which he placed a venom, and in the other a cure. And he meant by this the bee. The 10th. Abu Hanifa was asked for a proof on another occasion, and he said, Be patient, for my heart is occupied with a weighty concern, and when I am free of it I shall inform you of the proof. They asked, And what is this concern? He replied, My wares are on the other side of the Tigris, and certain ships go of their own accord to that side, and the wares place themselves within those ships of their own will, and the ships fill themselves with those wares, and then return to this side, and the wares emerge of their own accord and alight upon the ground, and then the ships return once more to the other side. My heart is thus preoccupied with this weighty matter, so be patient until it is accomplished. They exclaimed, O Abu Hanifa, such words are spoken only by one bereft of reason. He asked, And why is that? They answered, Because the occurrence of such events and the appearance of such acts is inconceivable without a guardian to preserve them and a doer to ordain them. How can one conceive of them occurring without a doer? Abu Hanifa then said, Then you have now affirmed the existence of God, for the states of this world are of no lesser degree than the states of this ship. If plain reason attests that these states cannot be realized save by an ordainer and a decreer, then all the more so is it that the states of this world cannot be realized save by an ordainer and a decreer. And know that Abu Hanifa's intent in these words was to draw attention to the truth that the knowledge of a contingent being's need for a bringer into being is self-evident, a necessary truth that requires no further proof. The 11th. Jafar ibn Muhammad was asked once again for a proof, and he said, The most powerful of proofs for his existence is my own existence. For my existence is something that came to be after it was not. Therefore it must have a doer, and it is impossible to say that the doer of my existence is myself. For it cannot be otherwise than that I brought myself into being either while I existed or while I was non-existent. If I brought myself into being while I existed, then what need has that which exists for a bringer into being? And if I brought myself into being while I was non-existent, how can that which is non-existent be a bringer into being for that which exists? This, then, proves that the Maker, The doer of my existence is an existent other than myself. The 12th. Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, was asked for a proof, and he said, the proof lies in the falling short of resolutions and the thwarting of intentions. The explanation of this proof is that a man may strive to attain a certain goal with the utmost of his means, yet it eludes him, and he may not strive for it at all, yet it comes to pass. If the attainment of these states were dependent upon his striving, then he would surely attain that for which he strove, and that which he sought to prevent would be prevented. But since the matter is the reverse of this, we know that the ordaining of the states of this world and the decreeing of its events are bound to the wisdom of an existent being who has vanquished by his power the power of his servants. The 13th. Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, was asked for a proof. He said, men lavish praise upon the Persians for having devised the science of chess, for they have laid down a wondrous method whereby on a small board countless varieties of play and moves are made manifest. But, he continued, the board of the human face is smaller than the chessboard, and whereas the pieces set upon the squares of the chessboard may be moved from one square to another, the features set upon the board of the human face do not move from their places. And yet, despite these conditions, you will not see two human beings in the East and the West whose faces are utterly alike. This points to the perfect power of this Creator, this fashioner, who has made manifest an endless variety of differences in these few forms set upon this small board. And know that when thou dost grasp this subtlety, thou wilt know that no two human beings exist whose countenances are utterly alike, nor do two human beings exist whose states are alike. So much so that each must differ from his companion in temperament, in character, in gait, and in the winding of his turban, and in his script, his writing, and his portion of fortune and misfortune. And this is a vast domain and a shoreless sea. The 14th. It was said to Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, hast thou seen thy Lord? He replied, I would not worship a Lord whom I have not seen. It was then said to him, how didst thou see him? He answered, eyes have not seen him through direct beholding, but hearts have seen him through the realities of gnosis. It was said to him, describe thy Lord. He said, my Lord is subtle in his mercy, mighty in his majesty, glorious in his grandeur. He is before everything, yet he has no before, and after everything, yet he has no after. He is manifest, but not in the sense of direct contact. Hidden, but not in the sense of being distant. He hears without an instrument. He sees without a pupil. Attributes do not define him, nor does slumber overtake him. His existence is his eternity, and his everlastingness is his pre-existence. It is he who gave the where its being. Of him it is not asked, where. It is he who gave the how its quality. Of him it is not asked, how. The 15th. It was said to Dhul-Nun al-Misri, by what means didst thou come to know thy Lord? He replied, I came to know my Lord through my Lord, and had it not been for my Lord, I would not have known my Lord. And know that the meaning of these words is that he, glorified is he, planted the tree of gnosis in the soil of the spirits. The earth of this tree is obedience, its water is servitude, its branches are remembrance, and its fruit is contemplation. Whoever is constant in these works will find these effects. For had he, glorified is he, not filled the spirits with knowledge of him, and illumined the hearts with love of him, How then would it befit a handful of dust to know the Lord of all lords? And these words spoken by Dhul Nun are taken from the saying of the Prophet, God's peace and blessings be upon him. By God, were it not for God, we would not be guided, nor give in charity, nor would we pray. The 16th. A man was reclining in the shade of a tree when a leaf from that tree fell upon his face. He marvelled at how this soft green leaf could be born from that dry, dense wood, and he said, Who is it that brings forth the leaf upon the tree? And as he slept, he saw in a dream, as if a voice were saying, He who brings forth the leaf upon the tree is he who split open sight upon the face. And close to this account is the narration that the Prophet, God's peace and blessings be upon him, used to recite during the prostration of recitation. My face has prostrated to the one who created it and fashioned it, and split open its hearing and its sight by his might and his power. And Ali ibn Abi Talib used to say, Limitless in his glory is he who made me see with a piece of fat, and made me hear with a piece of bone, and made me speak with a piece of flesh. The 17th. There was a certain king in whose heart a doubt had arisen concerning the existence of God the Most High. He had a wise vizier, and it was the custom that this vizier would prepare a feast for the king once every year. The vizier commanded that in a certain desolate wasteland crops and livestock be placed, and flowing waters be made to run, and fine gardens be planted, and lofty palaces be built. Then the king came to that place and was astonished, and he said to the vizier, How didst thou bring this place to life? The vizier replied, May God prolong the king's life. I did not bring it to life, but rather it was a barren ruin until recent days, and when we returned we found that these things had come into being of their own accord, without a builder or a restorer. The king's anger flared, and he said, How does it befit one such as you to mock me? The vizier replied, May God prolong the king's life. If the coming into being of this measure of civilization without a civilizer or a restorer is impossible, then the coming into being of the upper and lower world, with all the wonders and marvels therein, without a bringer into being or an ordainer, is all the more impossible. The king was awakened by these words and returned to the true faith. The 18th, Jafar ibn Muhammad al-Sadiq was asked for a proof. He said to the questioner, Tell me of the state of this world. If it had an ordainer, a director, and a guardian, would its state then be greater than its present state? If that were so, then its present state must be a proof that it has a God, an ordainer, a wise one. The 19th. It is related from the Prophet, God's peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, Whoever knows his own self has known his Lord. And it is found in the Torah. O man, know thyself, and thou shalt know thy Lord. At this the people of inner realization have said, Whoever knows his own self has known his Lord, not by way of equality, but by way of opposition. Meaning, whoever knows his self through its createdness knows his Lord through his eternity, and whoever knows his self through its contingency knows his Lord through his necessity, and whoever knows his self through its composition knows his Lord through his oneness and singularity, and whoever knows his self through its ignorance, incapacity, and neediness knows his Lord through his knowledge, power, and self-sufficiency. And upon this principle you may reason further. The 20th. It is related that when Al-Muwaffaq Billah performed the pilgrimage, a company of astrologers such as Abu Mashar al-Balkhi, Masha'Allah, and others were in his presence. He said to them, I hear that you claim a man can conceal a thought in his heart, and that you're able to divine his thought. I have now concealed a thought, so divine it." The astrologers then determined the ascendant of the hour, and each of them spoke, but the words of none of them were correct. Then Abu Mashar al-Balkhi said, "Thou hast concealed the remembrance of God." He replied, "Thou hast spoken truly. Now tell me how thou didst know." He said, "Because when thou didst conceal thy thought, I took the altitude of the hour, and found the zenith to be at the mid-heaven. And the zenith is something whose essence is not seen, but the effects of whose goodness and mercy are seen. And the mid-heaven is the most exalted position in the firmament. So I knew that thou hadst concealed the remembrance of an existent being whose essence is not seen, but the effects of whose goodness and mercy are seen. And that existent being is the most exalted of all beings. And there is none among beings more exalted than God the Most High. Thus I knew by this way that thou hadst concealed the remembrance of God the Most High." And the people praised him for these words. And know that there is a great profusion of such reasonings, and the measure that we have mentioned serves to indicate the rest. The third chapter. Concerning the enumeration of the proofs mentioned by the various communities of the world, know that the categories of sciences and their divisions are many, and each class of scholars has a path particular to it in affirming the knowledge of God the Most High. We shall now count them. The first community. The scholars who research the histories of the people of the world and the knowledge of the past conditions of this world. The proof of this class of scholars for affirming a God for this world is twofold. The first, they say that research into the histories of the people of the world indicates that there has not been found, beneath the dome of the sky, any considerable community among them that denies the existence of God the Most High. The dispute that has occurred among mankind is only concerning the attributes. As for the acknowledgement of the existence of a being that ordains this world, that is a matter agreed upon by all. And what proves this is that the people of the world are of two parties: those who acknowledge the prophethood of the prophets and those who deny prophethood. As for those who acknowledge the prophethood of the prophets, peace be upon them, there is no dispute that they acknowledge the existence of God the Most High. As for the Muslims, the matter among them is manifest, and as for the Jews, their acknowledgement of the existence of God the Most High is too evident to require explanation or mention. What they frequently invoke is their saying, Elohim, Adonai, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh. And all that is in the Torah of the miracles of Moses, peace be upon him, is in itself a proof of the existence of God the Most High. For Moses would say, "Your God is he who has brought forth these wonders and made manifest these marvels of marvels." And as for the Christians, their acknowledgement of the existence of God is manifest, and they say, Abda, Elaha, Rabba, Kadisha. And the difference between Syriac and Arabic is but slight. And as for the Magians, they call God the Most High in their tongue, Ahura Mazda, or Yazdan. They claim they have made the fire the direction of their prayer, only because fire is a noble, lofty, and overpowering body. And these attributes bear a not too distant resemblance to the attributes of God's majesty in certain aspects. For this reason they made the fire the direction of their prayer, and singled it out for greater reverence. And Zoroaster said in the book Zend Avesta, which is the book he claimed God sent down to him, "And he shall appear to them in the form of Ahura Mazda." And the Persians used to say Kodeh, the translation of which in Arabic is, "He came of himself," meaning he exists and came to be by his own essence. and its interpretation is that he is the necessary existent in and of himself. Thus, these four communities, who are the significant communities among those who affirm the prophethood of the prophets, peace be upon them, are all in complete accord and agreement in their affirmation of the existence of God the Most High. As for the remaining communities, the first of them are the people of the age of ignorance, who are the Arabs that existed before the advent of Islam, and all of them were in complete accord in their affirmation of the existence of God. The proof for this is his saying, the Most High, relating their words. And if thou wert to ask them, who is it that has created the heavens and the earth? They would surely say, God, 39:38. And he, the Most High, said, can there be any doubt about God, the originator of the heavens and the earth? 14:10. They would apply the term Ilah, deity, to their idols, but as for the name Allah, they would not utter it save in reference to God the Most High. The second community among the peoples of the world are the people of India, and all of them are in complete accord in their affirmation of the existence of a wise and merciful God. For this reason they go to great lengths in their worship and burn themselves in fire out of love for God the Most High. The third community among the peoples of the world are the Zanj, and they are the community of the world furthest from reason. Yet, despite this, they affirm the existence of a God for the world, and they say, Mulkari Julwi, the meaning of which is the greatest Lord. The fourth community among the peoples of the world are the Turks, and they affirm the existence of God the Most High, saying, Bir Tengri, which means the Lord is one. And some of them may say, Uluh Bayat, the meaning of which is the greatest of the rich. The fifth community are the people of China, and they possess a great sublimity in their affirmation of the existence of an ordaining, wise God. The sixth community are the Romans, the Berbers, the Copts, and the Abyssinians, and the vast majority of these are Christians, though among them are Muslims. In any case, they affirm the existence of God, the Most High. The seventh community are the Greeks, and they were as if enchanted by this science and its practice. They did not seek a single one of the subtle sciences, nor did they pursue a single one of the precious inquiries, save as a means to attain knowledge of the existence of God, the Most High, and knowledge of the attributes of His Majesty. This, then, is a survey of the communities of the world, and all of them are in complete accord as to the existence of God. And the ancient histories indicate that the people of the world, since time immemorial and the most ancient of ages, have ever been thus, and there was never among them anyone who denied the existence of God, the Most High. This having been established, we say, it is known by necessity that the intellect of all the peoples of the East and the West, over a period of 7,000 years, or less or more, is greater than the intellect of one single individual submerged among the masses. Thus, if a doubt or a scruple concerning the existence of God the Most High should occur to a single person, he must be certain that this doubt or scruple is due to the deficiency of his own intellect and the paucity of his understanding, not to the absence of that which is sought. For plain reason bears witness that the intellects of the entirety of creation throughout these long ages were more perfect than the intellect of this one individual. This, then, is a powerful and clear path to establishing the knowledge of the existence of the wise God, on the condition that a person acknowledges that his own intellect is less than the intellect of all. The second of the proofs of this community is that when the historians researched the conditions of the world and investigated its reports, they found that every community whose adherence to the servitude of God was stronger, whose engagement in the worship of God was greater, and whose constancy in the remembrance of God the Most High and in contemplation of the proofs of God was more frequent, had in the world a better renown, longer lives, greater goodness and blessing, and were further from evils and calamities, and closer to the permanence of good things and felicities. And whoever was further from the obedience of God, and more engrossed in the pursuit of the world and the love of it, was closer to perdition and evils, and more prone to fall into calamities and fears. And these are conditions that are not known except by one whose experience in the affairs of the people of the world is long, whose contemplation of the manner of their states is frequent, who has also studied the books of history, and who knows the conditions of those of the past who affirmed and those who denied. For he will be certain, after the experience we have mentioned, and after the reflections to which we have guided, that the matter is as we have stated, and that there is no doubt as to the truth of what we have claimed. And among the things that strengthen this are several aspects. The first, that the oppressors and the seekers of the world fall into various kinds of killing and plunder more often than the people of knowledge and good works fall into those calamities. The second, that the humble school built for the people of knowledge and the humble hospice built for the people of obedience may remain for 200 or 300 years, whereas the lofty palaces and the mighty edifices of kings remain but for a short time. And this points to what we have said. The third, that the builder of schools and hospices, the closer he was to religion and obedience, the more enduring were his buildings. The fourth, that the renown of the people of knowledge and the people of religion is more enduring than the renown of the oppressors and the people of evil. The fifth, that the inclination of hearts towards the people of religion and obedience is greater than their inclination towards the people of the world. And all of this indicates that whoever was more deeply immersed in the servitude of God was closer to good things. And when we have seen by this experience that the affirmation of Godhood and the acknowledgement of the necessity of obedience and service is the perfection of felicity in this world, this becomes one of the clearest proofs of the existence of a merciful, wise God. And this type of proof is abundant in the mighty Qur'an. God the Most High said, "Verily, in their stories there is a lesson for men of understanding," 12:111. And he said, "How many gardens and springs did they leave behind, unto his saying? And neither heaven nor earth wept for them, nor were they given any respite." 44:25-29. In sum, since observation and experience have shown that acknowledging these truths is a cause for the opening of the gates of felicity, we know that the true path and the honest way is the affirmation of the existence of a wise and merciful God. This, then, is an allusion to the proofs derived from the science of history for the existence of a God for this world. The second community. The communities of the masters of spiritual disciplines and the lords of mystical unveilings, and know that their path points to the existence of a wise and merciful God in several ways. The first way, we say that plain reason bears witness that existent things are of three kinds: bodies, the attributes of bodies, and that which is neither a body nor subsists in a body. As for the first two kinds, they are what are called the corporeal. And as for the last kind, it is what is called the spiritual. Thus it is established by this division that existent things are either corporeal or spiritual. Having understood this, we say that the innate disposition of all perfect intellects attests that spiritual existence do exist, and that, being existent, they are higher, more perfect, and nobler than corporeal existence. And what points to what we have mentioned are several considerations. The first, that every person whose absorption in the love of corporeal things is greater, and whose passion for finding them and attaining them is more intense, is, in the eyes of the intelligent among men, more contemptible and more completely base. And every person whose turning away from corporeal things is greater, whose attention to them is less, and whose passion for contemplation in the pursuit of knowledge is more complete, is, in the eyes of all of creation, of a higher station and a more perfect degree. And what confirms this is that if they believe of a person that he has dedicated his days, his remembrance, and his thought to the attainment of food, clothing, and carnal pleasures, and has turned away completely from spiritual states, then every intelligent person judges him to be among the beasts, and that he has departed from the quality of humanity, and they look upon him with an eye of contempt and disdain, and they assign him no weight whatsoever in their sight. But if they believe of him that he has turned away from the pursuit of these corporeal things, has little inclination towards them, and pays no heed to them, they revere him, and acknowledge the necessity of revering him and recognizing his precedence. And know that this judgment is not specific to the intelligent and sagacious among men, but rather all the communities of the world are in complete accord and agreement upon this judgment. This indicates that all of creation is in accord in holding corporeal things in contempt and in revering spiritual things. Nay, we say that even the boorish among the Turks, the Indians, and the Zanj affirm these states, for they respect their elders and revere them. And this is only because they believe of them that, by reason of their long life, they have known what they themselves have not known, and have come to understand what they have not understood. For this imagined reason, they respect them, so much so that if they sense from one of the elders' actions that do not befit the elders, they go to great lengths in disdaining and humiliating him, and their disdain for him exceeds their disdain for young boys. And all of this indicates that the disdain for corporeal things and the reverence for spiritual things is a matter implanted in the intellects, ingrained in the souls, acknowledged by the people of all creeds and sects, and affirmed by all the communities of the world. Nay, we go further and say that when young boys see the great ones among men, they fear them and flee from them. And this is only because the spirituality of the great is stronger than the spirituality of the small. Nay, we go further and say that when powerful beasts of prey and mighty animals see a human being, they hold him in awe and reverence, although the human being, in relation to them, is in the utmost state of weakness. And this is only because spiritual qualities are awesome and revered by nature. The beasts of prey and the mighty powerful animals hold the human being in awe, respect him, revere him, and flee from him for this reason. Thus it is established by these observations that the reverence for the spiritual aspect over the corporeal is a matter as if agreed upon by all living creatures. The second of the proofs that point to the preferment of the spiritual aspect over the corporeal aspect is that when a young boy reaches the point where he can understand speech, if an old woman sits and relates tales of the nature of fables to that boy, the boy becomes engrossed in listening to those fables. And if the most delicious food and the most pleasant drink are offered to him, he turns away from it and pays it no heed, and remains occupied in listening to those tales. This indicates that the pleasure obtained from listening to those fables is more intense and stronger than the pleasure obtained from that food and that drink. This points to the fact that spiritual things are of a stronger state than corporeal things. Likewise, one who is occupied with the pleasure of backgammon and chess may remain turning away from eating and drinking for a long time, without feeling the pain of hunger and thirst at all. And this is only because the pleasure of victory is more preferred by him than the pleasure of eating, drinking, and intercourse. And all of this indicates that spiritual things are nobler and more preferred than corporeal things. The third aspect is that everything that is a felicity, a bliss, and a perfection, its display is sought after by everyone. And if its display is deemed repugnant by everyone, this indicates that that thing is not of the genus of perfections. Having understood this, we say that the strongest of corporeal pleasures is the pleasure of intercourse. If this pleasure were of the genus of felicities and perfections, its display would have to be deemed good by the intellects. And it is known that the matter is not so. Rather, the intelligent person is ashamed to mention it, let alone display it. Also, it has become the custom that people do not revile one another, except by mentioning words that allude to those states. And if that pleasure were a matter of felicity, mentioning it would not be the greatest form of revilement and disdain. And all of this indicates that these states are not a matter of felicity at all. As for spiritual states, which are the knowledge of the realities of things, the turning away from corporeal things, and the turning towards the world of the spiritual, everyone rejoices in them and finds felicity in mentioning them. So much so that one who is devoid of them will perform actions and exhibit states that create the illusion of his being described by them, in order to use that as a means for people to turn to his service and submit to his obedience. And all these considerations indicate that corporeal things are held in contempt by the consensus of creation, and that spiritual things are held in awe and reverence by the consensus of the majority of creation. The fourth of the considerations that point to the correctness of what we have mentioned is that we find that all hearts and souls are in agreement that whenever a person turns to the remembrance of the world and the manner of contriving for its attainment, and the arrangement of the means by which to attain victory in it, his spirit darkens, his heart constricts, his vexation increases, and his agitation magnifies, and he remains in bewilderment and stupefaction. And the deeper his immersion in the love of the world and the pursuit of its goods, the stronger and more complete are these desolate, darksome states upon him. But if you reverse the proposition and say, whenever he turns away from corporeal pleasures and turns towards the pursuit of knowledge and the world of the spiritual, there occur in his heart various kinds of joy, ease, and delight, you would be correct. And it is to this inner truth that the saying of God the Most High alludes. Verily, in the remembrance of God do hearts find their rest, 13:28. And all of this indicates that spiritual things are of a more perfect state than corporeal things. The fifth aspect in confirming this meaning is that when a person obtains in his heart a light from the lights of the spiritual world, his strength increases, his power magnifies, and he becomes such that he pays no heed to the kings of the world. And all others besides him hold him in awe, and find it a great matter to approach him. Ali ibn Abi Talib said, "By God, I did not uproot the gate of Khaybar with corporeal strength, but with a divine strength." Also, the prophets and the saints pay no heed to the multitude of enemies, nor do they assign them any weight when spiritual states manifest upon them. Thus, these considerations have indicated that the spiritual world is higher, greater, and more joyous than the corporeal world. Having understood this, we say that it has been unveiled to the masters of spiritual disciplines and mystical observations that the corporeal world is like a likeness of the spiritual world, and that the origin is the spiritual world, and that the corporeal world is like a shadow, a tracing, and an image of the spiritual world. Having understood this, we say, let us consider the states of the corporeal world, and then let us move from them to the consideration of the world of the spiritual. We say that when we contemplate the existence of this corporeal world, we find them to be of different degrees in the ranks of perfection and deficiency. That is because the pure body, devoid of psychic forces, is in the utmost state of deficiency, such as the strata of the four elements. Then these four elements are also of varying degrees of perfection and deficiency. Every element in which the corporeal aspect is greater and the spiritual aspect is less is baser, and every element in which the spiritual aspect is greater is nobler. The basest of the elements is earth, because there is in it nothing but receptivity and being acted upon, and the active force in it is very weak. As for water, by reason of the subtlety and movement within it, it has acquired an active force. Thus, water is to earth as the spirit is to the body. And since air is more perfect in subtlety and purer in essence than water, for this reason air has dominion over water. As for fire, since it is luminous, lofty, and powerful in action and effect, it is necessarily the noblest and highest of the elements, and it has become clear that when we considered the states of the four elements, we found that the less spiritual they were, the baser they were, and the more spiritual they were, the nobler and higher they were. And this consideration also indicates that spiritual things are nobler than corporeal things. As for the compound sublunary bodies, they are of three kinds: minerals, plants, and animals. And there is no doubt that the psychic spiritual force in minerals is in the utmost state of paucity. In plants it is in the middle rank, and in animals it is in the high rank. Thus the basest of these three is minerals, the middle is plants, and the noblest is animals. Then animals are of many kinds, and have varying degrees of baseness and nobility. And the most spiritual of animals is the human being. Thus the human being is the sovereign of the animals, and has dominion over them, and the rest of the animals are like slaves to him. Then we say that the classes of people are many, but despite their different classes and varying ranks, they share in one single rule, which is that whoever has the spiritual aspect more dominant upon him is nobler and higher, and whoever has the corporeal aspect more dominant upon him is baser and further from perfection. Then, when we contemplated the determination of the attributes of perfection, we found them to be confined to three kinds: self-sufficiency, knowledge, and power. Then it is known that these three attributes are not obtained by the human being in a complete manner, but rather he obtains them only to the extent of human strength and human capacity. We observe that the classes of the people of the world, though they are many, yet in one single class of those classes there is one who is the most perfect of them in these attributes. Then, in that class, there are many individuals, but there is found among them one single person who is the most perfect of those individuals. And at that point, that person is the most perfect of the individuals existing in the world of men. And he is the one called by the people of Sufism the pole of the world, and in the tongue of the Shia, the infallible Imam. Then these excellent ones, of whom there exists but one single individual in any given era, if some of them are compared with others, there will be found in every 1,000 years, or less or more, one single person who is their greatest chief and their supreme leader, and that is the perfect prophet, the possessor of revelation, and that which is sent down. And when I have made you know these ranks in the world of the corporeal, know that the like of it exists in the world of the spiritual. The spiritual existence, divested of the attachments of bodies, are many and of different degrees in respect of perfection and deficiency. But they all share in being more perfect than the genus of mankind and the company of mortals in the three aforementioned attributes, namely self-sufficiency, knowledge, and power. For the human spirits, in relation to those spirits, are like a drop in relation to the sea and a flame in relation to the sun. And just as the human spirits, though they are very many, yet there must be found among them one single person who is like their absolute chief in spiritual perfections, such that they are in need of him for their own perfection, while he is independent of them, so too the spiritual existence. Though their degrees differ and their ranks vary, there must be found among them an existent being who is more perfect than all the spiritual beings in the attributes of self-sufficiency, knowledge, and power. And when the matter is thus, he will be independent of all the spiritual beings, and all of them will be in need of him. Thus it is established that the corporeal beings are in need of the spiritual beings, and it is established that all the spiritual beings are in need of that one single being in all perfections, and that he is independent of them in all perfections. At this point, it becomes clear that that one single being has dominion over all spiritual beings and over all corporeal beings, and everyone other than him is in need of him for his existence and for all the perfections of his existence. As for him, he is independent of all that is other than him for his existence and for all the perfections of his existence. And that existent being is God the Most High. Then, at this point, a noble subtlety becomes manifest, which is that all the human spirits, in relation to the spirit of the person who is the pole of the world, are like a drop in relation to the sea, and a flame in relation to the sun. Then it is established that the spirits of all the poles, the saints and the prophets, in relation to the holy angelic spirits, are like motes and specks of dust. Then the angelic spirits do not cease to increase in perfection, loftiness and majesty, until they reach the high, holy spirits. Then all those spiritual beings, in relation to the majesty of God, are as nothingness. For we have shown by the considerations to which we have drawn attention that they are all in these attributes, as he, glorified is he, has informed us of this subtlety in his saying, "The day when the Spirit and the angels will stand in rows, they will not speak, except for one to whom the most merciful has given permission, and he will say what is right," 78:38. And if the matter is thus, then these human spirits, in relation to the self-sufficiency of the majesty of God the Most High, are less than nothingness, and more insignificant than a mote. And if the matter is thus, then it is impossible, utterly impossible, for them to be adequate for a knowledge that befits the essence of his eternal self-sufficiency, or for a gratitude that befits the various kinds of his blessings and generosity, or for an obedience that befits the presence of his majesty. Nay, there is nothing with mankind save lowliness, deficiency, incapacity, and poverty. This, then, is an allusion to this method, which is befitting for the masters of spiritual disciplines and mystical unveilings, in the knowledge of the kinds of spiritual and corporeal beings. And if a person were to plunge into the explanation of these details, he would say, "And if all the trees on earth were pens, and the sea were ink, with 7 seas behind it to replenish it, yet would the words of God not be exhausted." 31:27. And this is the end of the discourse on the exposition of this method, and it is, for the lords of pure intellects, among the most precious of discourses. And know that the sum of the discourse from these lengthy inquiries is that the innate disposition of all intelligent people bears witness to the existence of spiritual beings, and bears witness that spiritual beings are of a higher state than corporeal beings, and bears witness that spiritual beings have dominion over corporeal beings, and bears witness that just as the ranks of corporeal beings are of varying degrees of perfection and deficiency, so too are the ranks of spiritual beings of varying degrees of perfection and deficiency. Therefore, there must be in existence a spiritual being who is higher, more perfect, and nobler than all the spiritual beings, which are themselves lofty in nobility over all corporeal beings. And at that point it necessarily follows that that existent being is higher than all existent things, and nobler and more perfect. The second type of the proofs of the masters of mystical unveilings and the lords of spiritual struggles, they have said, it has been established that existent things are either spiritual or corporeal. We say, as for the world of bodies, they are either luminous or dark. As for the luminous ones, they are four: the sun, the moon, the stars, and fire. And the highest and noblest of these four is the sun, because it is the wellspring of overpowering light and manifest effulgence. And at its rising the lights diminish and the radiances cease. As for the moon, it is like a vizier to it, and for this reason it has become the sovereign of the night. As for the stars, they are arranged in 7 degrees. The strongest of them in power, and the greatest of them in body, is that which is of the first magnitude, and it does not cease to diminish until it reaches the 7th magnitude, at which point it becomes in the utmost state of smallness. As for fire, it is the luminary of the sublunary world, and its light is very weak in several respects. First, that even if it grows strong and great, it is extinguished by the slightest cause. Second, that although it provides luminosity, it also causes burning. Third, that its light is mingled with smoke, and its rising is slight, and smoke, darkness, and turbidity overcome it. They said, these, then, are the ranks of the luminous bodies in the world of bodies. And having understood this, we say, it has become clear that the world of spirits is purer, more perfect, and nobler than the world of bodies. Since these luminous bodies are found in the world of bodies, it is all the more fitting that luminous beings should be found in the world of spirits. And just as the degrees of the luminous bodies in the world of bodies are of varying degrees of perfection and deficiency, and the greatest of them was one single thing, which is the sun, so too must the greatest luminary in the world of spirits be one only. And just as it is an attribute of the greatest luminary of the world of bodies, that at its rising the lights of all other luminaries cease, and darkness is dispelled from the dark things, so that the luminous becomes dark, and the dark becomes luminous, so too does the greatest luminary in the world of spirits annul in its light every light, and in the radiance of its existence it annuls every existent thing. Thus, by the perfection of its grace and mercy, every non-existent thing becomes as if existent, and by the power of the overpowering might of its majesty, every existent thing becomes as if non-existent. These are states that are close to sound minds and pure intellects. And whoever plunges into the station of spiritual disciplines, and whose soul is in its original nature luminous, celestial, and divine, will see with the eye of his inner sight all that we have mentioned, a seeing in which there is no doubt for him. And God is the guide. The third type of the proofs of the masters of spiritual disciplines. They have said that the people of doubts and specious arguments, even if they strive to propound false imaginings and to reinforce corrupt and specious arguments in the negation of the ordaining God, yet when a painful event and an awesome occurrence befalls them, they find from their plain intellects and hearts a turning in supplication and a manifestation of submission to the God of the world, and a request from him that he deliver them from that affliction and bring them out of that trial. and the finding of this state is a matter as if known by necessity through induction and consideration. Then, after being delivered from that affliction, they may return to propounding specious arguments and putting forward imaginings. And it is to this that the Qur'an alludes in his saying, "And so, when they embark on a ship, they call unto God, sincere in their faith in him alone. But when he has brought them safe to land, behold, they ascribe partners unto him." 29:65. This indicates that all sound intellects affirm the existence of the wise God. The fourth type of the proofs of the masters of spiritual disciplines and mystical unveilings is what everyone knows by sound experience and testing of the answering of the prayers of the distressed, the succouring of the afflicted, and the aiding of the wronged against the wrongdoers. And whoever is purer of soul and stronger of spirit, and is stronger in being drawn to the spiritual and further from turning to the corporeal, is in this matter stronger and more perfect. And this indicates that this world has a God who hears the prayer and answers the call. He, the Most High, is the ultimate object of the requests of needs, and from him is the attainment of what is sought. Hands are raised to him, sights are humbled before him, necks submit to his power, and tongues are ennobled by the remembrance of his majesty. One finds sufficiency in him, but he is not found sufficient for by another. One turns to him in desire, but is not turned away from. The needs of the needy are not cut off from his presence, nor is his knowledge confounded by the multitude of the questions of the questioners. He is the ever-living. There is no deity save him. So call upon him, sincere in your faith in him alone. All praise is due to God, the Lord of all the worlds. 40:65. The third community from among the communities of the people of the world are those who have attained perfect intellects and sound understandings, but have not occupied themselves with the pursuit of the subtle sciences. And I have heard from this class of people correct expressions that point to the affirmation of a God for this world. The first path. Some of them have said, taking precaution in all things is better than neglecting precaution. We say, the assertion of the existence of a God who chooses and imposes obligations is closer to precaution for one who is morally responsible than the assertion of his non-existence. Therefore, adhering to this assertion is better. As for the explanation of how it is more cautious, its exposition is that we say, this world either has a God or it does not. If it does not, the assertion of his existence is not harmful. Thus, it is established that the assertion of a God for the world is closer to precaution. Then we say, the God of the world is either a doer who chooses, or he is not. If he is not a doer who chooses, the assertion of a doer who chooses is not harmful. But if he is a doer who chooses, the negation of him is harmful. Therefore, the assertion of a doer who chooses is further from harm and closer to precaution. Then we say, this God, this doer who chooses, it is either said that he has imposed obligations upon his servants, and has commanded them to do certain things, and has forbidden them from certain things, or it is said that he is not thus. If he is not thus, no harm results from the assertion of his being a commander and a prohibitor. But if he is thus, the denial of his being a commander and a prohibitor is the greatest of harms. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that the acknowledgement that this world has a God, and that that God is a doer who chooses, and that he is a commander and a prohibitor, is further from fear and closer to precaution. And if the matter is thus, it is necessary that resorting to this doctrine and belief is more cautious. For when severe fear prevails, taking the more cautious side becomes incumbent. The second path. One of the intelligent used to say that a single slap struck upon the face of a young boy demonstrates that this world has a God, and that this God has commanded some of his servants to do certain things and has forbidden them from certain things, and that God has prepared for the obedient a reward and for the sinful a punishment, and that he has sent to creation messengers as bearers of good tidings and as warners. And these are the four principles which are the noblest of goals and the most cherished of aims. As for the indication of this slap upon the first objective, which is the affirmation of God the Most High, we say, when that boy feels that slap, he immediately cries out and says, "Who struck me, and who slapped my face?" And if all the people of the world were to gather around him and say, "This slap occurred of its own accord without a doer," he would not accept this assertion, nor would this statement affect him. This indicates that plain reason and the first innate disposition bear witness that an action must have a doer, and a contingent being must have a bringer into being. And when this premise becomes clear, we say, if plain reason finds it improbable that slap occurred without a doer, how can the occurrence of all the contingent events in the world of the celestial spheres and the world of the elements be conceived of as occurring without a bringer into being and a doer? Thus, this consideration becomes one of the clearest proofs of the indication of the createdness of this world upon the existence of the ordaining Maker. As for the indication of this slap upon the second objective, which is the God the Most High being described by command, prohibition, and the imposition of obligation, we say that when that boy knows that the one who slapped him is so-and-so, he immediately says, "Why did you strike me, and for what reason did you harm me?" This indicates that his plain reason has judged that creation has not been left neglected and without purpose, but rather obligations are incumbent upon them and demands are directed towards them. And since the plain reason of that boy judged that one single slap cannot be devoid of obligation, command, and prohibition, then the actions of all of creation, with all the benefits and corruptions within them, are all the more fitting not to be devoid of obligations. As for the indication of this slap upon the third objective, which is the existence of reward and punishment, we say that when that boy knows that that person slapped him without cause, he demands retribution from him, and if he is unable to exact it, he seeks the help of one who will aid him in attaining that objective. This indicates that his plain reason has judged that there must be for a good deed a reward, and there must be for an evil deed a punishment. And since his plain reason judged that this slap cannot be left without requital or retribution, how can the actions of all of creation be left without retribution? As for the indication of this slap upon the fourth objective, which is the sending of the prophets, peace be upon them, it is that when the boy has established that there must be retribution, at that point he seeks a person who will explain to him that retribution in such a way that it is free from excess and deficiency. This indicates that it has been established in his mind that there must be among creation a person who explains to them the measures of things to be desired and the measures of things to be deterred from, and that person is none other than the messenger. Thus it has become clear by this explanation, which we have researched, that this one single slap is sufficient to affirm these four noble, lofty objectives. The third path. And it is the path of those who research the reality of duration and time. They have said that the self-evident judgment of the intellect is that every created thing must have its existence preceded by another. And this knowledge is a self-evident knowledge in which no intelligent person doubts. This having been established, we say, since it is preceded by another, that other must be prior to it. and that which is described by this priority and precedence is either a non-existence or an existence. The first is false, because the preceding non-existence shares with the succeeding non-existence in the concept of being non-existence, and differs from it in its priority and posteriority, and that by which they share is other than that by which they differ. Therefore, the concept of priority and posteriority must be a meaning other than pure non-existence, and thus it must be an existent quality. And if that which is described by this priority and precedence were pure non-existence, it would necessarily follow that pure non-existence and sheer negation are described by an existent quality, and that is impossible. Since this is false, it is established that that which is described by priority and precedence is an existent being. And it is established that everything of which it is correct to say that it exists after its non-existence or becomes non-existent after its existence must be preceded by another existent being and must be followed by an existent being. Then, if that existent being can be subject to non-existence and existence, it is in need of another existent being, and this would lead to an infinite regress, which is impossible. But if it be not subject to non-existence at all, then it is the existent whose existence is necessary in itself, which is what was sought. The fourth path, which is the path of those who investigate the states of the celestial sphere, they have said it is established that it moves in a circular motion, and everything that is so, its motion is psychical and volitional, and everything that is so must have a substance divested of corporeality that undertakes the moving of that celestial sphere by its will. And this meaning is realized in the outermost celestial sphere, so it must have an existent being that moves it by way of volition. Then we say, if that being is eternal, its existence necessary in itself, then that is what was sought. But if it is created, it is in need of another doer. And an infinite regress is impossible, so there must be an end at an eternal being whose existence is necessary in itself. And let us suffice in this chapter with these reasonings. And from God is guidance and mercy and direction. The first discussion concerning the inquiry into the meaning of our saying, He is the one whose existence is necessary in itself. Know that it can be interpreted in three ways. One, that he is the one who is deserving of existence by his own essence. Second, that he is the one who does not admit of non-existence, or that he is the one upon whom non-existence is not possible. And third, that he is the one whose existence does not depend upon a separate cause. These are three distinct aspects, and let us mention the difference between these three concepts. As for our saying, he is the one who is deserving of existence by his own essence, this is a positive concept, and it signifies that his essence is the cause of his own existence. As for the other two aspects, which are our saying, he does not admit of non-existence, or he is the one who is independent of a cause, these are two negative concepts. Then we say, our saying, the one whose existence is necessary in itself is the one who does not admit of non-existence in respect of what he is subject to inquiry. That is because existence, insofar as it is existence, does not admit of non-existence at all, even though that which is called existence is not necessary in itself. As for our saying that the one whose existence is necessary in itself is the one whose existence is not caused by a separate cause, this is also subject to consideration. For the categories of existent things, according to the rational division, are three: that which exists by its own essence, that which exists by another, and that which exists neither by its own essence nor by another. And this third category means that existence is attained by a thing without any cause at all, neither from its own essence nor from another. And it is also possible for non-existence to befall it without any cause at all, neither from its own essence nor from another. And this category, though it is false, is yet a category among the considered categories according to the primary rational division. This having been established, unless the invalidity of this category becomes apparent, either by the self-evidence of the intellect or by a separate proof, it does not follow from a thing being independent in its existence of a separate cause that its existence is necessary in itself. For on the supposition that this category is correct, a thing would be independent in its existence of a separate cause, while at the same time being in itself capable of non-existence and existence. Having understood this, we say, among men there are those who have not known these details and have said, either an existent being is independent in its existence of a cause, or it is not so. If it is independent in its existence of a separate cause, then its existence is necessary in itself, which is what was sought. And if it is not independent in its existence of a cause, then it is in need of a cause, and its existence points to the existence of the cause. Thus it is established that the acknowledgement of the existence of an existent being independent of a cause necessitates the acknowledgement of the existence of an existent being whose existence is necessary in itself. And one might say, this much does not yield what is intended, for it may be said, why is it not possible to say that it came into being, neither by its own essence nor by another, but rather it came to be for no reason at all, while its essence and quiddity are capable of non-existence. Thus, because it came to be for no cause at all, it was independent of a cause, and because its reality is capable of non-existence, its existence was not necessary in itself. So, unless you invalidate this category, your objective is not achieved. The second discussion concerning whether the necessity of existence is a positive concept or not. Among men, there are those who have said this concept is an existential realized concept, and several aspects point to this. The first, we have shown that what is meant by essential necessity is that quiddity's being requisite for its own existence, and its being deserving of existence by its own essence. And this deserving is not obtained by the mere positing of the intellect and the consideration of the mind only, for this meaning is realized whether the intellect considers it or not. And if it were permissible that the requital of existence not be an existential quality, even though it is in itself a realized, obtained relation, it would be permissible to say that the relation of a body to space, by its obtaining in itself, is not a positive matter, but a negative one. At this point it becomes clear to the fair-minded that the confusion that has arisen as to whether necessity is a positive matter or not was due to the lack of distinction between the concepts which we have researched and distinguished, each one from the other. At one time, the mind proceeds from existence to the negation of its dependence on another, and judges it to be negative. At another time, it proceeds to its being an expression of the deserving of existence, and judges it to be positive. For how can the requital of the positive and its necessitation not be positive? But for want of distinction between the two meanings, the mind may be perplexed. The second aspect in demonstrating that necessity is a positive concept is that necessity is a quiddity composed of two restrictions. One of them is that its existence is not impossible. The second is that its non-existence is impossible. As for the first restriction, which is our saying that its existence is not impossible, this is a positive concept. For impossibility is a negative restriction, since if it were existent, that which is described by it would all the more so be existent, by the necessity that pure non-existence is impossible to be described by an existent quality. And when it is established that impossibility is a negative restriction, its negation is a negation of non-existence, and the negation of a negation is a positive. Thus, the negation of impossibility is an existent quality. This indicates that this restriction is a positive concept. As for the second restriction, which is our saying that its non-existence is impossible, it is not our purpose to demonstrate its being existential or negative, for the first inquiry suffices to yield what is intended. The third aspect in establishing this objective is that the abundance of necessity confirms existence. If existence were non-existence, then a thing would be confirmed by what is known to be its contrary and its opposite, and that is impossible. The fourth aspect is that the deserving of existence is in opposition to the non-deserving of existence. But the non-deserving of existence is true of two things. One of them is the impossible, which is the necessary of non-existence, and the other is the possible, which is the permissible of non-existence. Thus, the non-deserving of existence is true of the non-existent, and that which is true of the non-existent is impossible to be an existent quality. Therefore, the non-deserving of existence is a negative quality, so it is necessary that the deserving of existence be a positive quality, by the necessity that two contraries must differ in negation and affirmation. If it be said, you're saying the non-deserving is predicated of the impossible and of the specific possible, and both are non-existent. We say this statement is a fallacy. That is because the impossible either has a specification and distinction in itself, or it does not. If the first is the case, then it is possible for it to be described by impossibility, whether impossibility is a positive quality or not. And if the second is the case, then the impossible has no specification or distinction in itself. So it is not possible for it to be in itself described by impossibility, for how can that which is not distinguished from another in itself be conceived of as being particularized by a specific judgment? And if that is the case, then it is not possible to judge the impossible by impossibility, except in so far as the mind brings its quiddity to presence, and then judges of it that its obtaining of external existence is impossible. On this supposition, that which is judged by this judgment is that realized quiddity in the mind, and the judgment is the impossibility of its external obtaining. And if that is the case, then that which is judged by impossibility is not an existential quality, and your argument is refuted. The answer is that we say that which is judged by impossibility is not that quiddity present in the mind, insofar as it is present in the mind. The impossible is rather its existence in the external world. But its existence in the external world is not obtained at all. Thus it is established that that which is judged by impossibility has no positivity or obtaining at all. Thus the question falls away. And those who have said that necessity is impossible to be an existential quality have argued with several aspects. The first, if it were an existential matter, it would be equal in necessity to all other existent things, and different in its quiddity from them. It would then follow that the necessity of existence is additional to its quiddity, and that quiddity would be described by that necessity, and that description would either be by way of necessity or by way of possibility. The second is false, for otherwise the essentially necessary would be possibly necessary, and it would follow that the one necessary in itself is possible in itself, and that is impossible. So the first remains. We say, on this supposition, the necessity of existence would be additional to it, and then the argument concerning the second is as the argument concerning the first, and this necessitates an infinite regress, which is impossible. The second, if necessity were a positive matter, it would either be the entirety of the quiddity of the necessary, or a part of that quiddity, or a matter external to it. And all are false. As for its being impossible that it be the entirety of the quiddity, that is for several reasons. The first, if we were to say, the body is necessary of existence in itself, the statement would be meaningful. But if we were to say, the necessity of existence is the necessity of existence, the statement would not be meaningful. Thus the difference is apparent. The second, that the quiddity of the one necessary of existence in itself is not known, while its being necessary of existence in itself is known. Therefore they must be different. The third, that the necessity of existence is a modality of the attribution of the predicate to the subject. For this reason, the logicians have said, the three modalities are necessity, possibility, and impossibility. And if that is the case, it is impossible for necessity to be the entirety of the quiddity. As for its being impossible for necessity to be a part of the quiddity, that is because everything that is so is composite, and every composite is possible in itself, and every possible in itself becomes necessary only by the necessitation of another. It would then follow that essential necessity is possible in itself and necessary by another, which is impossible. As for its being impossible for necessity to be external to the quiddity, that is because, on the supposition that the matter is so, it would not be a substance subsisting in itself, distinct from the necessary essence, but would be a quality of that essence, and a quality is in need of that which it describes, and that which is in need of another is possible in itself and necessary by another. It would then be necessary that before this necessity another necessity should obtain, so that that preceding necessity would be the cause of the necessity of this subsequent necessity. This would lead to an infinite regress, and it would follow that one single essence would have a number of necessities, and all of that is impossible. The third aspect in demonstrating that essential necessity is impossible to be an existent quality is that essential necessity is a composite quiddity, so it is possible in itself. It follows that the one necessary in itself is possible in itself, which is impossible. We said that essential necessity is a composite quiddity, because essential necessity and necessity by another share in the concept of being necessary, and it is distinguished from the other by being essentially necessary, and the other being necessary by another, and that by which they share is other than that by which they differ. It follows that essential necessity is composed of these two restrictions. If they say, why is it not possible to say that essential necessity is distinguished from necessity by another by a negative restriction, which is that the additional restriction that obtains in the case of necessity by another does not obtain with it? We say because essential necessity, which is the common measure between the two forms, is either necessary in itself or possible in itself. If it is the first, it is impossible for it to become a part of the quiddity of necessity by another, because the quiddity of necessity by another is an accidental quality of the quiddities of possible things. And that which is accidental to a thing is accidental to that thing in all its parts. So if one of its parts were the necessity which is necessary of existence in itself, it would follow that the one necessary in itself is in need of another, which is impossible. And if we say that that which is called necessity, which is the common measure between the two forms, is a thing possible in itself, and then it is a part of the constitution of the quiddity of essential necessity, It would follow that the one necessary in itself is constituted by the one possible in itself, which is impossible. Thus, it is established by what we have mentioned that if essential necessity were a positive concept, it would follow that this quiddity is composite. And since it is established that this is impossible, the assertion of its being a positive concept is impossible. The fourth aspect in demonstrating that essential necessity is impossible to be a positive concept is that that which is called necessity is predicated of pure non-existence, and that which is predicated of non-existence is non-existence. Thus, necessity is non-existence. We said that necessity is predicated of non-existence because of a thing of which it is true that it is impossible for it to exist. It is true of it without a doubt that it is necessary that it not exist. Here the concept of necessity is predicated of non-existence. Thus it is established that necessity is predicated of non-existence. As for that which is predicated of non-existence being non-existence, that is because if it were an existence, it would follow that pure non-existence is described by an existent quality, and that is impossible. Thus it is established that that which is called necessity cannot be an existent quality. The fifth aspect in demonstrating that necessity is impossible to be an existent quality is that a thing, unless it becomes necessary, does not exist. So its necessity precedes its existence. If necessity were an existent quality, it would follow that the obtaining of that existent quality for the quiddity precedes the existence of that quiddity in itself. And this is impossible because the existence of a thing in itself precedes in rank the existence of another for it. As for it to be said that the existence of another for it precedes in rank its existence in itself, this is impossible and not accepted by the intellect. The sixth aspect, when we say of a thing, it is necessary of existence in itself, this affirmation does not produce in the intellect any realized matter unless we posit a reality, then posit it as being described by existence. Then posit that the description of that reality by that existence is a description characterized by the attribute of necessity and inherence. And if that is the case, then this necessity is a quality of the relation that obtains between the subject and the predicate, and that relation is a quality of that subject. And the quality of a thing is in need of that which it describes, and that which is in need of a thing is all the more so in need. Thus it is established that necessity is in need of another, and that which is in need of another is possible in itself. Thus essential necessity is possible in itself, and that is a contradiction and false. Thus it is established that essential necessity cannot be an existent quality. This, then, is the sum of what is mentioned in this chapter. The answer is that we say, there is no doubt that in existence there is an existent, and there is no doubt that that existent is either necessary in itself or possible in itself. And these doubts which you have mentioned in impugning essential necessity are countered by the doubts mentioned in impugning essential possibility. And since these doubts are in opposition, what we have mentioned of the proofs that point to essential necessity being a realized obtained matter remains sound from impugnment. The third discussion concerning whether the existence of God, the Most High, is his very quiddity, or a quality additional to his quiddity. It is known by necessity that we describe the one necessary of existence in itself as existent, and we also describe the one possible of existence in itself as existent. We say either the application of the term existence to these two categories is according to a concept common to these two categories, or it is not so, but is rather according to a mere homonymy. If the truth is the first category, we say this category is divided into two other categories. That is because that concept called existence, it is either said that in the case of the one necessary of existence, it is conjoined with another quiddity, and this existence is a quality of that quiddity and one of its concomitants, or it is said that it is a matter subsisting in itself, independent in its essence, without being a quality of any of the quiddities, and without being accidental to any of the realities. Thus it is established that the discourse concerning the existence of God the Most High cannot go beyond these three categories. The first is the saying of those who say that the term existent, applied to the one necessary in itself and to the one possible in itself, does not signify one single concept shared between the two categories, but is rather according to mere homonymy. The second is the saying of those who say that the term existent signifies one single concept, but that in the case of the one necessary of existence in itself, it is a pure existence, meaning that it is an existence on the condition of its not being accidental to any of the quiddities, but rather being an existence subsisting in itself. On this supposition, the existence of God the Most High would be his very reality. The third is the saying of those who say that existence is a quality of the reality of God the Most High, and an attribute of his quiddity. On this supposition, the existence of God is other than his quiddity. And a world of people has gone to each one of these three sayings. The first is the saying of a great community of the theologians, such as Abul Hasan al-Ash'ari and Abul Hussein al-Basri. The second is the saying which Abu Ali ibn Sina chose in all his books. The third is the saying of a great community of the theologians, and it is the one we have championed in most of our books. And it is incumbent upon the intelligent person to contemplate this division which we have mentioned, so that he may know with certainty that there is no more to these three sayings whatsoever. We say, as for the first saying, which is that the term existent is applied to the one necessary in itself and to the one possible in itself, not according to one single concept, but according to mere homonymy, we say, we have already demonstrated in the discussions of existence the invalidity of this. And there is no harm in repeating some of those aspects in this place. We say that which points to its invalidity are several aspects. The first, that the self-evidence of the intellect judges that existence is not opposed by anything save non-existence, and that non-existence is not opposed by anything save existence. Therefore, existence must be one single concept, just as non-existence is one single concept, so that opposition between them may be correct. The second, that existence can be correctly divided into the necessary and the possible, the substance and the accident, and that which is divided is common to all the categories. The third, that the belief in its being existent is not contradicted by the belief in its being necessary or possible, or a substance or an accident. Therefore, the concept of its being existent must have in it a measure common to all. The fourth, that the self-evidence of the intellect judges that what is meant by its being existent is its being realized in consideration, obtained in the external world. And this concept does not differ by that which is realized and obtained being necessary or possible, or blackness or whiteness, just as when the intelligible of extension is confinement and extension in directions, that does not differ by its being subtle or dense, or hot or cold. And just as the self-evidence of the intellect judges that the concept of extension is one single thing, so too does it judge that the concept of obtaining and realization is one single thing, which does not differ with the difference of realities. The fifth, that if one of the poets were to compose a poem and make the rhyme of his verses existence or positivity or obtaining, the intellect of all the intelligent would judge that that rhyme is repeated. But if he were to compose a poem and make the rhyme of his verses the word ein, I, spring, essence, but intended by this word in each verse a meaning other than the meaning he intended in the other verse, the intellect of every intelligent person would judge that the rhyme is not repeated in meaning. This indicates that the plain intellects of the intelligent judge that the meaning of obtaining, existence and realization is one single meaning in all. The sixth, that if we return to our intellects, we find the meaning of obtaining and existence to be a meaning known from the innate disposition of the intellect and from its self-evidence. And we do not find at all anything else more known than the meaning of obtaining, by which the meaning of obtaining could be defined. This would only be so if the meaning of obtaining were one single meaning in all. But if the meaning of obtaining were a meaning that differs with the difference of places, and there were not among those obtainings one single common meaning, then it would be necessary that one should not be able to conceive of the meaning of absolute obtaining, and that one should be in need in conceiving each one of the meanings called obtaining and existence of a special definition and a special explanation. And since the matter is not so, we know that the meaning of obtaining and existence is one single meaning in all. The seventh, that if we conceive of the meaning of blackness and the meaning of whiteness, the intellect judges the distinction of the meaning of blackness from the meaning of whiteness by itself, without needing to attach another restriction to them which would necessitate the distinction. If the existence of the necessary were a reality different from the existence of the possible, then when we conceived of these two existences, the self-evidence of the intellect would have to judge the distinction of one of them from the other. But it is known by necessity that this is not so. For unless we attribute one of the two existents to the necessary and the other existent to the possible, no distinction of one of the two existents from the other occurs in the intellect. Thus we know that existents are not in themselves distinguished insofar as they are existences, but rather existence insofar as it is existence is one single concept, and that some of them are distinguished from others only by a cause external to their quiddity. The eighth, that if we establish the proof that the world is created, the intellect judges its need for an existent being to bring it into existence. Then after that, the inquiry occurs as to whether that existent being which brought the world into existence is eternal or created. And on the supposition that it is eternal, is it necessary in itself or necessary by reason of the necessity of its cause? And is it a body, or does it subsist in a body, or is it neither a body, nor does it subsist in a body? And on all suppositions, the belief that the world must have a bringer into being to bring it into existence, and a creator to create it, remains fixed and unchanging. And all of this indicates that the intelligible of its being existent, realized in the external world, is one single thing, shared among all the categories. The ninth, that the self-evidence of the intellect bears witness that the intelligible of its being necessary of existence in itself is contrary to the intelligible of its being possible of existence in itself, and vice versa. Also, the intelligible of its being an extended, confined body is contrary to the intelligible of its being a pure existent. All these considerations are contradictory and different, and plain reason bears witness that the intelligible of its being an existent, realized in the external world, does not contradict any of these considerations, nor is it contrary to them. This indicates that its being existent is a concept different from these specific considerations, remaining with each one of them. This indicates that the concept of its being existent is one single concept, which does not differ with the difference of these forms. The 10th, that if we say existence is not shared among all existent things, this judgment would only encompass all existent things if the concept of existence, insofar as it is existence, were one single concept. For if existence had many concepts, then perhaps this concept, even if it is not shared among existent things, the other concept would be shared among all existent things. Thus it is established that our saying existence is not shared, this judgment becomes universal and is established in every existent. But if it is established that existence is shared, it is established that our saying existence is not shared is a statement whose establishment leads to its own negation. Thus it is false. And know that we have exhausted this question at the beginning of the Book of Existence and its judgments. But we have repeated it with many additions in this place, so that the discourse on this question may be gathered in one place. And it is established by these demonstrations that the term existence, applied to the one necessary in itself and to the one possible in itself, is not according to mere homonymy, but rather according to its signifying one single meaning shared between the two opposites. And this having been established, we say, two sayings remain for us in the question. One of them is the saying of those who say, the entirety of the reality of God, the Most High, is this existence, on the condition of its not being accidental to any of the quiddities. The second is the saying of those who say that the existence of God, the Most High, is a quality accidental to his quiddity. We say the first saying is false, and that which points to this are several aspects. The first argument, we say, existence, insofar as it is existence, either requires that it be subsisting in itself, independent in its essence, and self-sufficient from all that is other than it, or it does not require that. If it is the first, then every existence would have to be so, and all existent things would be subsisting in themselves, independent in their realities, and necessarily unique in what they are. This is manifestly false, for otherwise it would follow that none of the possible things exist at all. And if it is the second, then existence, insofar as it is existence, would not be subsisting in itself, nor independent in its reality. It would then be necessary that there should not be in existence an existent subsisting in itself, independent in its reality. And this contradicts the saying of those who say that the existence of God, the Most High, is subsisting in itself, independent in its reality, insofar as it is He. And this discourse has reached a point of clarity and plainness where the innate disposition and instinct of the intelligent bear witness that it does not admit of question or objection at all. The second argument, which is close to what has preceded, we say, existence, insofar as it is existence, either requires that it be accidental to a quiddity from among the quiddities, or requires that it not be accidental to any of the quiddities, or requires neither accidentality nor purity. If the truth is the first, then every existence is accidental to a quiddity from among the quiddities, and the existence of the one necessary of existence is likewise. And if the truth is the second, then every existence is pure, not accidental to any of the quiddities. It would then follow that it should be said, these possible things do not exist at all, and if they do exist, they exist with existences that are their very selves. At that point, it would follow that the term existence is applied to the existences by way of homonymy, which is impossible. And if the truth is the third, then it is impossible for existence to become restricted by the restriction of being accidental at one time, and by the restriction of not being accidental at another, except by a separate cause. The existence of the one necessary of existence in itself would then be connected to a separate cause, and the one necessary of existence in itself would be necessary of existence by another, which is impossible. The third argument, which is also close to what has preceded. If we say that the existence of the one necessary of existence is pure of being accidental to any of the quiddities, then that which necessitates this purity and this self-sufficiency is either the nature of existence, in so far as it is existence, or something that subsists in it, or something that neither subsists in it nor is a locus for it. And all are false. As for the demonstration of the falsehood of the first category, that is, because it would follow that every existence would be so, for the concomitant of a quiddity is shared among all the individuals of that quiddity. As for the demonstration of the falsehood of the second category, that is because that quality subsisting in that existence either is a concomitant of that existence or is not a concomitant of it. The first is false, because the division would return as to whether that which necessitates that concomitance is the very nature of existence, or something that subsists in it, or is a locus for it, or something that neither subsists in it, nor is a locus for it. If it is by reason of another subsisting thing, an infinite regress would follow, which is impossible. And if that quality subsisting in that existence is not a concomitant of that existence, then it would be possible for it to cease. And on the supposition of its ceasing, it would be necessary for that self-sufficiency to cease, and for that independence to cease. At that point, the one necessary in itself would become possible in itself, which is impossible. As for the demonstration of the falsehood of the third category, which is that which necessitates that purity and that self-sufficiency is something that is a locus for that existence, we say this is false. For on this supposition, existence would be accidental to that thing, and the quiddity of that thing would be described by existence. At that point, the existence of God the Most High would be a quality subsisting in his quiddity, while the assumption and supposition is that the existence of God the Most High is not accidental to any of the quiddities. This is a contradiction. As for the demonstration of the falsehood of the fourth category, which is that existence is being independent in itself, subsisting in its essence, is caused by a separate cause, different from that existence, neither subsisting in it nor being a locus for it, we say, on this supposition it would follow that the one necessary of existence in itself is necessary of existence by another, which is impossible. For on the supposition of positing the non-existence of that other, if that thing did not remain, that would detract from its being necessary of existence in itself. And if it did remain, that would detract from its being necessary of existence by another. And it is established that this combination is false, so it is necessary to be certain that this category is impossible. Thus, it is established by what we have mentioned that if the existence of God the Most High were an existence subsisting in itself, the truth would be one of these four categories, and it is established that each one of them is false. Thus, it is established that that statement is false. The fourth argument, we have already shown that the term existent is applied to the necessary and the possible according to one single concept. This having been established, we say, either the intelligible of his, the Most High, being existent, and the intelligible of His, the Most High, being necessary in itself, are one single thing, without any difference whatsoever, or the intelligible of each one of them is different from the intelligible of the other. The first is false, because since His being necessary in itself is not shared between Him and the possible things, it would be necessary that His being existent not be a thing shared between Him and the possible things. And essential necessity is not shared between Him and the possible things. Therefore, it is necessary to be certain that His being existent is different from His being necessary. And this difference having been established, we say, it is either said that essential necessity either necessitates existence, or the reverse is said, which is that existence necessitates essential necessity. Or it is said that neither this necessitates that nor the reverse, but a third quiddity has obtained, and that quiddity is a concomitant of these two restrictions. Or it is said that neither this necessitates that nor that necessitates this, and there is no third quiddity that is a concomitant of them both. These are four categories, and there is no more to them. As for the first category, which is that it is said, essential necessity necessitates existence, on this supposition, existence would be accidental to essential necessity. And we have posited that existence as not being accidental to any of the quiddities. This is a contradiction. As for the second category, which is that it is said, existence necessitates essential necessity, this is corrupt, because that which is called existence is the common measure between it and the possible things, and that by which they share is impossible to necessitate that by which they are distinguished, because things that are equal in kind, it is impossible that concomitants that differ in kind should be inherent in them. As for the third category, which is that it is said, a third concept has obtained, which is a concomitant of these two restrictions, we say, on this supposition, essential necessity and existence would be two accidents of that quiddity, and we have posited that it is not so. This is a contradiction. As for the fourth category, which is that neither of them is a concomitant of the other, and there is no third that is a concomitant of them, we say, on this supposition, that existence would not be a concomitant of essential necessity, but rather that existence would be a separable accident of that existence. At that point, the one necessary in itself would not be necessary in itself, but possible in itself, and that is false. Thus it is established by this demonstration that the saying that the one necessary of existence in itself has no reality save pure existence is a false and corrupt statement. The fifth argument: there is no doubt that He, the Most High, is the principle of the existence of possible things, and His being the principle of them is either due to His very being existence, or to His very being existence with a negative restriction, or to His very being existence with an existential restriction. The first is false, for otherwise it would be necessary that every existent of the genus of the principle be for all the effects that issue from the one necessary of existence, and no intelligent person says this. The second is false for two reasons. The first, that on this supposition the negative restriction would become a part of the quiddity of the first principle, insofar as it is a principle for another. And that is impossible because non-existence cannot be a cause of existence, nor a part of the cause of existence. The second is that if that which necessitates that cause is the nature of existence, its obtaining in all existent things would follow. At that point it would follow that every existence is equal in essence to the first principle in necessitating all effects. And that is false. And if it is another negative restriction, the first division returns in its case. As for the third category, which is that it is said that existence is being a principle of the existence of possible things, is not due to its being existence only, but to its being existence with a positive restriction, we say that positive restriction is either that to which that existence is an accident, or it is accidental to it, or it is neither that to which it is an accident nor accidental to it. If it is that to which that existence is an accident, then that existence would be accidental to another quiddity, and we have posited that it is not so. This is a contradiction, and if it is accidental to that existence, then every accident is in need. If that which necessitates that accident is existence only, or existence with a negative restriction, the aforementioned impossibilities return. And if that which necessitates that accident is existence with another accidental restriction, then the argument concerning it is as the argument concerning the first, and an infinite regress would follow, which is impossible. And on the supposition that an infinite regress is not impossible, we would say, is there here something that is a concomitant of something, or has that not obtained? If the first is the case, then that concomitance is either due to existence itself, or to existence itself with a negative restriction, or to existence itself with a positive restriction. And if the second is the case, that would be a negation of concomitance. At that point, it would not be necessary for the first principle to be a principle for another, nor would it be necessary for another to be in need of it. Nay, it might be reversed, so that the necessary would become possible, and the possible would become necessary. And all of that is false and impossible. Thus it is established that the saying that the reality of the one necessary of existence is a pure existence leads to these falsehoods, so the saying of it is false. The sixth argument. Plain reason bears witness that the positing of a thing that has no reality save the mere obtaining in the external world is impossible. Nay, the intellect must posit a quiddity and a reality, and then judge of it that it has obtained in the external world. As for positing an existent that has no quiddity and no reality save the mere obtaining in the external world, this the intellect does not accept at all. And what reinforces this statement is that the philosophers have mentioned in the chapter on existence a question, which is that they have said the existent is the very being in the external world, not that by which being in the external world obtains. And they have elaborated in establishing this meaning and in clarifying it. And if it is established that existence has no reality save the mere obtaining in the external world, then the obtaining in the external world is impossible to be established in the intellect unless the intellect posits a quiddity of which it judges that it has obtained in the external world. And if that is the case, this is an acknowledgment that existence without a quiddity is not established at all. Nay, the self-evidence of the intellect judges that whenever the meaning of obtaining in the external world has obtained, there has obtained there a quiddity, which is that of which it is judged that it has obtained in the external world. This yields the certainty that existence without a quiddity is not conceivable at all. And what strengthens this is that the philosophers have agreed that the nature of existence cannot be conceived of alone. Nay, unless the intellect posits a thing from among the things of which it judges that it has obtained in the external world, it is impossible for it to apprehend the meaning of obtaining in the external world. If the meaning of existence is a thing that has reached such a point of weakness and need that it cannot be conceived of alone without a quiddity, and then it is established that the nature of existence, in so far as it is existence, is one single thing in the necessary and the possible. How can the nature of existence, in so far as it is existence, be conceived of as one single nature in the necessary and in the possible? Then it has reached such a point of strength in the case of the necessary that it was self-sufficient from all else, and all else was in need of it, and it has reached such a point of weakness and need in the case of the possible that it was in need of a quiddity in the external world and in the mind, so much so that the intellect cannot conceive of it alone, but rather, unless it makes it a follower of another, it cannot apprehend it and conceive of it. And everyone who is fair-minded knows that this statement is known to be false by the self-evidence of the intellect. The seventh argument. The philosophers have agreed that the conception of existence is a self-evident, clear conception, in no need of any definitions. And they have also agreed that the specific reality of the one necessary of existence is not known to mankind. And they have expressed this meaning with this expression, which is their saying, "The essence of the reality of God the Most High is not known to mankind." And since existence is primary in affirmation, and the specific reality is not conceived of, let alone being primary in conception, this is a conclusive demonstration that the reality of God the Most High is other than his existence. And the one who calls to God, may God have mercy on him, said truly, "I am greatly astonished at these excellent men, how they have combined these two doctrines." If it be said what they mean by their saying that the essence of the reality of God the Most High is not known and conceived of by mankind, is that mankind's intellect has not encompassed the essence of the attributes of God the Most High. We say this is very far-fetched, because the knowledge of the attributes is one thing, and the knowledge of the essence is another. And the people have said, the essence of the reality is not known. So how is it permissible to divert this statement to the attributes? Also, the people have confined the attributes of God, the Most High, to negations and relations, and these two categories are known. So how can it be said that what is meant is that the attributes are not known? Also, suppose that the people did not grant that existence is self-evident in conception, and did not grant that the essence of the reality of God the Most High is not known to mankind. Yet these two premises have been established as correct by certain demonstrations. As for the first, it is in the Book of Existence, and as for the second, it is in the question which comprises that the essence of the reality of God the Most High is not known to mankind. And if the matter is so, then the objective has been achieved in the clearest of ways. The eighth argument, it has been established in logic that necessity, possibility, and impossibility are modalities. And the logicians have explained this meaning by saying every proposition has a subject and a predicate, and there must be between the subject and the predicate a specific relation. And that relation means that that subject is described by that predicate. And every proposition must have in it the obtaining of these three. Then the description of the subject by the predicate is at one time on the attribute of necessity, at another time on the attribute of possibility, and at another time on the attribute of impossibility. And this discourse they have summarized in logic, and it is a true known discourse, the innate disposition of the intellect bearing witness to its correctness. This having been established, we say, if we say, God is necessary of existence, this is a proposition in which there must be a subject and a predicate and a copula and a modality. As for the subject, it is our saying God. As for the predicate, it is our saying existent. As for the copula, it is omitted in the wording, but is considered in the meaning, and the estimation is, God is existent. As for the modality, it is necessity. Having understood this, we say that of which it is judged that it is existent is either its being existent or a reality other than existence, and that reality is the subject of existence, and existence is predicated of that reality. The first is false, for otherwise the estimation of this proposition would become existence must be judged by its being existent. And it is known that that is false. The second is true, but it is an explicit statement that existence is a predicate, and that the subject of this predicate is a specific quiddity and a specific reality, and it is that of which this existence is judged. And if we have said that, we have said that the quiddity of God the Most High must be other than his existence, and that is what was sought. The ninth argument. The philosophers have argued that the existence of possible things is additional to their quiddities. They have said we can conceive of a quiddity while being in doubt as to its existence. And the known is different from that which is not known, so the quiddity is other than the existence. We say this very demonstration holds true in the existence of the one necessary of existence. That is because if we conceive of the one necessary of existence as that which is independent in its existence of another, and as that which is deserving of existence by its own essence, it is known by necessity that this measure of conception does not necessitate the certainty of the existence of this existent being. Nay, after this conception has been obtained, the intellect remains in doubt as to whether this reality is existent or not. Thus it is established that in this place it is possible to conceive of the quiddity while being in doubt as to the existence. This requires that the quiddity be different from the existence. If this meaning does not necessitate the obtaining of a difference in this place, then it also does not necessitate the obtaining of a difference in the possible things. If they say the difference is that the possible of existence can be separated from existence, so it is possible to conceive of it while being in doubt as to the existence. As for the necessary of existence, it is not possible to conceive of it in so far as it is necessary of existence, except with the conception of existence, because it is impossible to say that it, while being necessary of existence, is not existent. We say, according to what you have mentioned, it would follow that everyone who conceives of what the one necessary of existence in itself is, would be certain that the one necessary of existence is existent. And since this is false and corrupt in the self-evidence of the intellect, we know that it's possible to obtain the conception of the one necessary of existence while being in doubt as to its existence. And if the matter is so, it is necessary that its existence be additional to its quiddity. The 10th argument. There is no doubt that our saying, God is necessary of existence, is a true and correct statement. Our saying God is the subject, and our saying existent is the predicate, and our saying necessary is a quality of the attribution of the predicate to the subject. We say what is meant by the subject, which is our saying God, is either existence or a thing different from existence. The first is false for several reasons. One of them is that on this supposition, the meaning of the statement would become that existence is necessary of existence. But this is false, because the existence which is made the subject is either the existence which is made the predicate or another. The first is false, because making a thing a subject of itself and a predicate of itself is a corrupt statement devoid of benefit. For one who says the wall is a wall and the triangle is a triangle, his statement is a corrupt statement. And if it is the second, it would follow that the existence which is made the subject is different from the existence which is made a predicate. At that point, it would follow from its being existent two predications. Also, since the nature of existence is one, the existence, which is the subject, would be equal in the entirety of its quiddity to the existence which is the predicate. At that point, neither of them would be more deserving of being described, and the other of being a quality than the reverse. Thus, it is established by this demonstration that if we say God must be existent, that which is indicated by our saying is not the very existenceness, but another reality besides existenceness, and the judgment of the intellect has been true of it by the necessity of its being described by existenceness. This indicates that the existence of God the Most High is not a thing subsisting in itself, but is a quality of another quiddity. And that is what was sought. If they say, why is it not permissible that what is meant by our saying God is a reality whose quiddity and designation we do not know, but we know in general its being existent? We say, suppose that we do not know what that reality is, yet we know of it that it is either existence or a reality different from existence. If it is existence, the impossibilities follow. And if it is a reality different from existence, it follows that the existence of God the Most High is a quality of that reality. And that is what was sought. And since this statement, which yields our objective, is established whether we conceive of the particularity of that reality or not, our not knowing that specific reality, insofar as it is it, does not detract from our objective. The 11th argument in establishing this objective, we say there is no doubt that the truth, the Most High, is a designated essence, distinguished by its designation from all other designated essences. And there is no doubt that existence, insofar as it is existence, is a reality shared by the necessary and the possible, the substance and the accident. We say his specific essence is either this concept shared among all existent things, or it is this concept with an additional restriction that necessitates its specification and designation. The first is false, because this shared concept is true of its being shared among all, and his specific essence is not true of this meaning. So the saying that his specific essence is this shared concept is false. It remains to be said that it is this concept with an additional restriction. We say that additional restriction is either negative or positive. The first is false because he, glorified, is he, insofar as he is, that designated one, is existent, and that for the sake of which the designation is a part of the designated. If that for the sake of which the designation has obtained were a negative restriction, it would follow that the negative restriction is a part of the positive quiddity, which is impossible. And if the restriction for the sake of which the designation has obtained is a positive matter, then either that specific matter is the subject and the shared existence is the predicate, or the matter is the reverse of this. The first is what is intended, because on this supposition that specific designated identity would be described by existence, so that existence would be accidental to its quiddity. The second is false for two reasons. One of them is that it has been established in logic that the more specific is more deserving of being the subject, and the more general is more deserving of being the predicate. The second is that if we were to make absolute existence the subject, and make that particularity a predicate of it, it would follow that it should be said, the shared existence is that particularity, and predicating that particularity of it would prevent its being shared between it and another. It would then follow that it should be said, the shared thing is not shared, and that is impossible. Thus it is established that the saying that his reality is a pure existence leads to false categories, so the saying of it is false. The 12th argument. The intelligent have agreed that the individuals of one single kind must be equal in their concomitance, and plain reason bears witness to the correctness of this premise. This having been established, we say, Existence in the case of the one necessary of existence, and existence in the case of the one possible of existence, are one single specific nature. Therefore, what is correct of one of them must be correct of the other. And since that is false, we know that the specific reality of the one necessary of existence in itself is a reality that differs from all other realities. Also, the philosophers have agreed that a specific nature is subject to multiplicity only by reason of the receptacles. And the quiddity described by finding is in the position of the receptacles for those existences. Thus it is established that were it not for the different quiddities, the occurrence of multiplicity in the nature of existence would be impossible. And since multiplicity has occurred in it, we know that the occurrence of multiplicity in it was only by reason of the different quiddities. These demonstrations which we have mentioned and summarized are manifest, clear, conclusive aspects in invalidating this doctrine. And the Master Sheikh Abu Ali argued in demonstrating that the existence of God, the Most High, is impossible to be accidental to any of the quiddities, with one single aspect which he mentioned in the book of Al-Isharat. And I shall mention that aspect, and I shall add to it powerful expositions and complete explanations. We say, the existence of God the Most High is either independent in itself, subsisting in its essence, without its realization being in need of the realization of another, or it is not so, but rather its realization is in need of the realization of another. If the truth is the first, then that existence is subsisting in its essence, independent in itself, so it is not accidental to any of the quiddities. And if the truth is the second, which is that that existence is not independent in itself, but is in need of another, we say, then that existence is in need of another, and everything in need of another is possible in itself. So that existence is possible in itself. And every possible in itself must have a cause, and that cause is either that quiddity or another. And it is not permissible that the cause of that existence be that quiddity, because that quiddity's being requisite for that existence is either conditioned by its being existent, or is not conditioned by this condition. And it is not permissible that the requital of that quiddity for that existence be conditioned by its being existent, because the existence which is the condition of the requital, if it is other than the existence which is the effect, it would follow that one single thing is a condition of itself, which is impossible. And if it is another, it would follow that one single thing exists twice, which is impossible. And because the argument concerning the second existence is as the argument concerning the first, it follows that either an infinite regress or a circle would result, and both are impossible. All of this is if we say that the requital of that quiddity for that existence is conditioned by that quiddity being existent. As for if we say that this condition is not considered, then at that point this would be a saying that that which is not existent is requisite for existence, and that is impossible in the self-evidence of the intellect, because a thing, unless it is existent in itself, is impossible to be a cause in the existence of another. All of this is if we say that the cause requisite for that existence is that quiddity. As for if we say that the cause requisite for that existence is something other than that quiddity, then at that point the existence of the one necessary of existence in itself would be derived from a separate cause, and the one necessary of existence in itself would be necessary of existence by another, which is impossible. Thus it is established that the saying that the existence of the one necessary of existence in itself is accidental to its quiddity leads to these impossibilities, so it is necessary that the saying of it be impossible. Thus it is established that it has no reality save the existence pure of all quiddities. And this is the exposition of this argument in the most powerful of ways. And the answer to this specious argument is from several aspects. The first, why is it not permissible to say that that existence is independent of that quiddity? His saying, if it were independent of it, it would be subsisting in itself, and would not be a quality of that quiddity, we say. Do you not say that the form is the cause of the existence of the matter, while the form subsists in the matter? And that which is a cause of the existence of a thing is independent of that effect in its existence, so the form is independent in its existence of the matter, while the form subsists in the matter. Why is it not permissible to say that that existence is independent of that quiddity, and while being independent of it, it subsists in it? And the exposition of the statement is from two aspects. The first, that it is said existence, although it is independent in itself of that quiddity, yet it is a cause of its subsisting in that quiddity. On this supposition, existence, while being independent of that quiddity, subsists in it. Or it is said that quiddity necessitates that existence is subsisting in that quiddity. These two possibilities are valid, and neither of them detracts from existence subsisting in the quiddity, while existence is independent of the quiddity. And by these two ways we have permitted the form's being a cause of the existence of the matter, while the form subsists in the matter. Here, the second aspect in the answer, we grant that on the supposition that that existence must obtain in that quiddity, it would follow that existence is in need of that quiddity, and it would follow from existence being in need of the quiddity that existence is possible. But we say, here there is a proof that prevents existence from being described by possibility. And its exposition is that the possible of existence is that whose reality is not impossible to obtain with existence at one time and with non-existence at another. This meaning is not conceivable in the case of existence, for if we were to say that the quiddity of existence obtains at one time with existence and at another with non-existence, it would follow that existence, on one of the two suppositions, is described by another existence, and on the second supposition is described by non-existence, and all of that is impossible. As for the first, that is because the combination of two existences for one single thing would follow. Also, neither of them would be more deserving of being described, and the other of being a quality for the first than the reverse. As for the second, that is because the combination of existence and non-existence would follow, which is impossible. Thus it is established that describing existence by its being possible of existence and non-existence is impossible. Thus it is established that the proof which you have mentioned, although it requires that existence be described by possibility, yet the proof which we have mentioned prevents it. The second aspect in the answer, which is the relied-upon answer, is that we say, why is it not permissible to say that that which is requisite for that existence is the quiddity? His saying, the requital of that quiddity for that existence is either conditioned by that quiddity's being existent, or is not conditioned by that. We say, the chosen view is that the quiddity, insofar as it, is sufficient in being requisite for that existence, and that which points to the fact that what we have mentioned is not far-fetched are several aspects. The first, there is no dispute that the quiddities of possible things are different from their existences, and that those quiddities are receptive of those existences. We say, if the condition for those quiddities being receptive of those existences is their being existent in themselves, you would be forced to the impossibilities which you have mentioned. And if the quiddities being receptive of existence is not conditioned by its being existent, but rather the quiddity, insofar as it is receptive, Why is it not permissible to say that the effector in that existence is that quiddity insofar as it is it? In sum, everything that you mention on the side of reception, why is not the like of it permissible on the side of effectivity? The second, that the possible quiddity is requisite for possibility for what it is. As for existence, it obtains only from a separate cause, and that which is by essence is before that which is by another. So the possible quiddity's being requisite for possibility precedes its being described by existence. Thus it is established that the quiddity's being requisite for its concomitance precedes its being described by existence. Thus it is established that the quiddity's being requisite for its concomitance does not depend upon that quiddity's being existent. And if that is conceived of in general, why is not the like of it conceivable in the quiddity's being requisite for its own existence? The third, that the existent quiddity is receptive of existence, and the receptivity of existence precedes the obtaining of existence. Then we say the receptivity of existence is a quality external to the quiddity, because the receptivity of existence is a specific relation between the quiddity and existence, and the relation between two things is different from the essence of each one of them. So the quiddity's receptivity of existence is a quality external to the quiddity, a concomitant of it. So it is caused by the quiddity. The receptivity of existence is not conditioned by existence, because existence is posterior in rank to the receptivity of existence, and the posterior is not a condition of the prior. Thus it is established that the quiddity's being requisite for this judgment is not conditioned by existence. And if that is the case, why is it not permissible to say that the quiddity's being requisite for existence is not conditioned by another existence? At that point, what you have mentioned is refuted. If they say, then the quiddity, if its being requisite for existence, is not conditioned by its being existent, then at that point it is permissible for it to be requisite for existence while it is non-existent. At that point it would follow that the non-existent is a cause of the existent, which is impossible. We say, there is no doubt that the quiddity's reception of existence is not conditioned by its being existent, yet, despite this, it does not follow that it should be said, the non-existent is described by existence. And if this does not follow on the side of reception, then the like of it is so on the side of effectivity. And the verification of the statement concerning it is that the quiddity, insofar as it, is different from its being existent or non-existent. And if the matter is so, then this argument on which they have relied has fallen away from all aspects. The fourth discussion, concerning the verification of the statement in demonstrating that the first principle, is it that specific reality? Know that this inquiry must be preceded by a premise, which is that if we say the quiddity so-and-so insofar as it is neither existent nor non-existent. This statement admits of two aspects. One of them is that what is meant is that the quiddity so-and-so, insofar as it is an expression different from its being existent or non-existent. The second is that what is meant is that the quiddity so-and-so is devoid of existence and of non-existence. And the first concept is true, and the second concept is false. For if we consider the triangle insofar as it is a triangle, this consideration, insofar as it is different from its being existent or from its being non-existent. The proof is that the concept of the word existent and of the word non-existent is different from the concept of the word triangle. The proof is that it is correct to conceive of the existent and to conceive of the non-existent while being oblivious to the conception of the meaning of the triangle. Likewise, the conception of the triangle, insofar as it is a triangle, also occurs with obliviousness to its being existent or to its being non-existent. Thus, it has become clear by this that its being a triangle is one thing, and its being existent or non-existent is another. As for the second possibility, which is that it is said that its being a triangle is separated from the existent and from the non-existent, this is impossible, because a thing either has an obtaining in the external world, or it does not have an obtaining in the external world, and its being devoid of them both is a thing impossible in the intellect. The upshot is that its being a triangle is different from its being existent or non-existent, but it is impossible for it to be separated from them both. Having understood this, we say, if we posit that a reality from among the realities and a quiddity from among the quiddities was the cause of its own existence, then the cause of the existence is that quiddity, insofar as it is it, neither its being existent nor its being non-existent. At that point, it is true to say the principle of that existence is neither existent nor non-existent, and it is also true to say the principle is existent, and it is the most deserving of the existence of being existent. As for the first, it is true because we have shown that the principle of that existence is that quiddity, and we have shown that that quiddity, insofar as it, is neither existent nor non-existent. As for the second, it is true because when that quiddity was the cause of that existent by its very self and its own essence, at that point it is rationally impossible for that quiddity to be devoid of existence. So it was, without a doubt, existent, and was the most deserving of the existence of the quality of existence. Having understood this, we say, it has been understood from some people that they have said the first principle is neither existent nor non-existent, but is it only, and it is an identity that cannot be expressed by existence and non-existence. As for the majority, they have agreed that the first principle is existent, nay, it is the most deserving of the existence of the quality of existenceness. And the disputes between the two parties have been long in this chapter. And if you contemplate the discourse which we have researched and explained, you will know that the dispute is in the mere wording. The fifth discussion concerning the demonstration that he, glorified, is he, differs from the entirety of possible things by his specific essence, not by a quality additional to the essence. Know that the majority of the theologians say the essences are equal in being essences, and some of them are distinguished from others only by qualities subsisting in them. And since they have believed that, they have said he, glorified and exalted is an essence, and the body is also an essence, and the distinction of his essence from the essences of bodies must be for the sake of a quality with which the essence of God, the Most High, is particularized, and for the sake of that quality his essence is distinguished from all other essences. What we say is that his essence, glorified and exalted is a single essence, free from all aspects of composition, and that that essence, by its very self and its own essence, is different from all other essences. And before plunging into the proof, a premise must be presented, which is in demonstrating that a thing may differ from another by its very self and its own essence, without need of an additional quality. And that which points to the correctness of what we have mentioned are several aspects. The first, if we were to posit the essences being equal in essence-ness, and posit that some of them differ from others only for the sake of the qualities subsisting in them, then those qualities would either have some of them different from others or not. The second is false, because if those qualities were not different, it would be impossible by necessity that those essences be different for their sake. And if those qualities are different, their difference is either for the sake of other qualities, and at that point an infinite regress would result from it, which is impossible, or their differences for themselves and their very selves. At that point, those qualities would be different for themselves, without consideration of another quality. This indicates that it is not impossible for those things to be different for themselves and their very selves. The second argument in the correctness of this objective, we say the essence and the quality must each one of them be different from the other. For if they were equal in the entirety of their quiddity, at that point one of them being an essence and the other a quality would not be more deserving than the reverse. Thus it is established that the essence and the quality must each one of them be different from the other. We say that difference that obtains between them is either for the sake of a quality or not for the sake of a quality. The first is false, for we have shown that an essence's being described by a quality is conditioned by each one of them being different from the other. If we were to give as a reason for each one of them being different from the other the subsistence of a quality in it, a circle would result, which is impossible. Thus it is established that the essence and the qualities being different is not caused by any of the qualities, but is for their very reality and their own quiddity. And that is what was sought. The third argument in the correctness of this objective, if we say that this thing is similar to that thing in some aspects and differs from it in other aspects, this is a metaphorical statement. That is because the aspect for the sake of which the sharing has obtained is different from the aspect for the sake of which the difference has obtained, for otherwise the combination of two contraries in one single thing would result, which is impossible. Nay, the truth is that each one of these two things is composed of two parts, and one of the two parts from one side is similar to the other part from the second side, a similarity in their reality and an equality in their quiddity. And the second part from the first side differs from the second part from the second side, a complete difference for the very two realities. Having understood this, it has become clear that two things which are similar for the entirety of their reality and their own quiddity, not for an additional quality, and that two things which differ for the entirety of their reality and their own quiddity, not for an additional quality. Thus it has become clear by what we have mentioned that similarity or difference cannot be conceived of as being caused by an additional matter, but they do not obtain except for the very quiddity and reality. Having understood this premise, we say, we claim that the quiddity of God the Most High is different from the quiddities of all possible things for itself and its very self, without that difference being for the sake of a quality or a state. And that which points to the correctness of what we have mentioned is that the specific reality in the case of God the Most High is either equal to the realities of possible things insofar as it is it, or is not equal to them insofar as it is it. If the truth is the second category, then at that point it becomes clear that it is impossible to give as a reason for that difference any of the qualities, because every judgment that has obtained for the essence of a thing and for its quiddity, it is impossible for it to obtain for another, because one single thing cannot be necessary of existence in itself or by another at the same time. As for if the truth is the first category, we say, since all the essences are equal in the mere fact of their being essences, the particularizations of the essence of God, the Most High, by the quality for the sake of which his essence is distinguished from all other essences, is either for no reason, or it is for a reason. The first is false, because when the essences were equal in the entirety of their essenceness, it was necessary that what is correct of each one of them be correct of the other. If a specific essence were particularized by a specific quality, without all other essences and without all other qualities, for no preponderant cause and for no effector, that would be a preponderance of the possible without a cause, and that is impossible. As for the second, which is that it is said that that specific essence was particularized by that quality for another reason, at that point the argument returns concerning the particularization of that essence by that preponderant cause. It would be for another preponderant cause, and at that point either an infinite regress or a circle would result, and both are impossible. Thus it is established that the saying that the essence of God, glorified is He, is equal to all other essences in essenceness, and that the distinction of His essence from all other essences was only for the sake of the particularization of His essence by a quality, for the sake of which the distinction has obtained, is a saying that leads to false categories. So it is necessary that this saying be false. Thus it is established that His reality, glorified is He, differs from all other realities and quiddities for itself and its very self. And that is what was sought. And the opponent has argued for the correctness of his saying with several aspects. The first, that all the essences are equal in being essences. So the distinction of some of them from others must be for a quality. The explanation of the first premise. We say the essence is that which is independent in itself, and the quality is not except by another. From the essence, this one single concept is conceived. This indicates that the essences are equal in being essences. And the explanation of the second premise, that when equality has occurred in the concept of their being essences, the distinction must obtain by a concept other than that concept, by the necessity that the aspect of equality is other than the aspect of difference, and the second, that we say the reality of the essence of God the Most High is either that it is an essence only, or its reality is that it is some specific designated essence. If it is the first, it would follow that everything of which it is true that it is an essence, it is true of it that it is God, glorified is He. And if it is the second, then at that point the concept of that designation and that particularity would be a thing additional to the concept of its being an essence. This indicates that the distinction of His essence, the Most High, from all other essences must be by a quality. And the third, that we say we know by necessity that we cannot define an essence from among the essences that differs from all other essences, except by its being that which is particularized by the quality so-and-so, or described by the matter so-and-so. And for the sake of its particularization by that quality, or by that matter, the distinction has occurred. This indicates that the difference of some essences from others is caused by the qualities. And the answer to the first is that we do not dispute that the essences are equal in the concept of their being essences. But why is it not permissible that that concept be a negative concept, and its meaning be that it is something that is not a follower of another in obtaining and realization? And you have known in the books of logic that equality in concept does not necessitate equality in quiddity. On this supposition, the equality of the essences in this negative concept is not improbable, while each one of them is distinguished from the other by the entirety of its reality. And what strengthens what we have mentioned is that the proof which you have mentioned in the essences being equal in the concept of their being essences, it also itself indicates that the qualities are equal in the concept of their being qualities. And if that is the case, it is necessary that no difference should obtain at all, because if a difference were to obtain, it would obtain either in the essences or in the qualities. And on both suppositions the difference is absent, so it is necessary that no difference should obtain at all. And since it has obtained, we know that what you have mentioned of the proof has fallen away. And the answer to the second is that we have shown by the three proofs in the premise of this question that it does not follow from a thing's being different from another thing that that difference has occurred for the sake of an additional quality. And when this premise has been established, that specious argument has fallen away. And this is the very same answer to the third specious argument. And know that the upshot of the discourse in this question is that we say each one of the essences differs from another in being that specific reality. But these different realities have one single negative concomitant, which is their being essences. And it is not impossible for different things to share in a negative concomitant. As for the opponents, they say, the essences are equal in being essences, but each one of them has a specific quality as a concomitant, for the sake of which it is distinguished from another. And that is impossible, because it is impossible for equal things to have different concomitants as concomitants. This is the completion of this discourse in this chapter. The sixth discussion concerning the demonstration of His, the Most High, being eternal and pre-existent. Know that everything that is necessary of existence in itself must be eternal and pre-existent. But not everything that is eternal and pre-existent must be necessary of existence in itself. As for the demonstration of the first, it is that everything that is necessary of existence in itself, its reality is not receptive of non-existence. And everything that is so must be existent pre-eternally and post-eternally. For if it were non-existent in pre-eternity, or would become non-existent in post-eternity, at that point its reality would be receptive of non-existence, and we have posited that it is not so. Thus it is established that everything that is necessary of existence in itself must be eternal, pre-existent, abiding, and everlasting. As for the demonstration of the second, which is that it does not follow from its being eternal, pre-existent, abiding, and everlasting, that it is necessary of existence in itself, it is that it is not impossible in the first principles of the intellect that a thing be the effect of another thing that is necessary of existence in itself. And the effect must be permanent with the permanence of its cause. So this effect would be eternal, abiding, pre-existent, and everlasting, while it would not be necessary of existence in itself. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that everything that is necessary of existence in itself must be eternal, pre-existent, and everlasting, and it may be eternal and everlasting and not be necessary of existence in itself. Having understood this, we say, since we have demonstrated by conclusive demonstration His, the Most High, being necessary of existence in itself, at that point it follows that He is eternal, pre-existent, abiding, and everlasting. But we wish to mention the doctrines of men in this chapter and their paths, so that this book may be comprehensive of all that has been said in this chapter. We say the theologians have a path in this chapter, and the philosophers have another path. As for the theologians, when they established the proof for the createdness of this corporeal world, they said, the world is created, and every created thing has a creator. So the world has a creator. Then they said that creator, if he were created, the cause of the need for a creator would be realized in him. At that point his need for a creator would follow, and the argument concerning it would be as in the first. It would then follow that either a circle or an infinite regress would result, and both are false. Thus it is established that the saying that the maker of the world is created leads to the false categories, so the saying of the createdness of the maker is false. So it is necessary to be certain of his being eternal and pre-existent. Then they establish the proof that whose eternity is established, its non-existence is impossible. At this point they judge that he, the Most High, just as he is eternal and pre-existent, so too must he be abiding and everlasting. This is the exposition of their discourse. And one might say that what you have mentioned does not indicate at all that the creator of this world must be eternal. And the explanation of this is from several aspects. One of them is that it may be said, why is it not permissible to say that the God who is necessary of existence in itself created another existent being, and created in it the power to bring bodies into existence? And that other thing is what created this corporeal world. On this supposition, the creator of this corporeal world would not be eternal and pre-existent, but would be created and made, and his creator would be eternal and pre-existent. On this supposition, the circle and the infinite regress do not follow at all. And second, that it may be said, why is it not permissible to say that the existent being who is necessary of existence in itself has necessitated by his essence an existent being that is neither body nor corporeal, and that existent being is described by knowledge, power, and wisdom, and he is the one who created this world and brought it into existence? On this supposition, the creator of this world is eternal and pre-existent, described by knowledge and power, but he is not necessary of existence in himself, but is the effect of an eternal cause that is necessary of existence in itself. The first question is a corollary of the existent being who is necessary of existence in itself being powerful and choosing. The second question is a corollary of his being necessitating by essence, not a doer by choice. Thus, on both suppositions, it is established that this question is necessary. Also, on the corollary of the saying of those who say that the existent being who is necessary of existence in itself is necessitating by essence, not a choosing doer, it is correct to say that the creator of this world is not eternal, but is created. And its exposition is that on the supposition that the one necessary in itself is necessitating by essence, not a choosing doer, it is not possible to attribute these daily contingent events to him, except by saying that his effect in the existence of every contingent event is preceded by the obtaining of another contingent event before it, without a beginning. And if this is permissible, it is also permissible to say that there obtained in pre-eternity a substance that is neither a body nor corporeal, such as an intellect or a soul, and that existent being is a locus for successive particular perceptions and for successive particular conceptions. And when those conceptions ended at a specific conception, and that specific conception, by reason of the emanation, an existent being powerful and knowing in itself from the first principle, then that thing became the creator of this corporeal world. Thus it is established that on the supposition of the saying that the one necessary of existence in itself is necessitating by essence, not a choosing doer, this possibility remains. And if you have grasped these inquiries, at this point many doors of possibilities will be opened. One of them is that it may be said that the creator of this corporeal world is one single existent being, and he is either a creature of the first principle or an effect of it. And second, that it may be said that the creator of the essences is something from among the effects of the first principle, and the creator of the qualities is something else. And third, that it may be said the creator of some of the qualities and essences is one thing, and the creator of another kind of qualities and essences is something else. In sum, on all suppositions, it is established that the proof which they have mentioned does not yield at all the establishment that the creator of this corporeal world is eternal, pre-existent, and necessary of existence in itself. And know that here there are two stations. One of them is the way of those who say that there is no way to attain the divine knowledges, except by adhering to the way of the more fitting and the more proper. And the second is the way of those who say that there must be certain proofs. As for the first way, its exposition is that it is said, since it is established that the world is created, its need for a doer is necessary. That doer, if he were created, would be in need of another doer. So either it would regress infinitely, or it would be circular, or it would end finally at an eternal doer who is necessary of existence in itself. As for the circle and the infinite regress, they are false. As for the establishment of intermediaries with the end at an existent being who is necessary of existence in itself, we say, since the proofs have indicated that there must be an acknowledgement of the existence of an existent being who is necessary of existence in itself, and the proofs have not indicated the existence of these intermediaries, it is necessary to drop these intermediaries from between, and to suffice with the existent being who is necessary of existence in itself. This is the way of those who hold to the more fitting and the more proper. As for establishing the proof for the negation of these intermediaries, know that the theologians have mentioned in this chapter feeble ways, and we shall mention them and draw attention to their weakness. The first argument, they have said, the assertion of the createdness of some of those ranks and the eternity of others is not more deserving than the reverse. So either we judge the createdness of all, and at that point either an infinite regress or a circle would result, or we judge the eternity of this world, which is what was sought. And one might say, what is meant by your saying, some are not more deserving than others? If you mean the lack of a priority in the matter itself, this is denied. Why is it not permissible to say that some of those ranks are more deserving of createdness, and the rank different from the first rank is more deserving of eternity? And even if we do not know the reason for that priority, our intellects are weak and our understandings are deficient, and not everything that we do not know must not be existent. And if you mean by it the lack of a priority in our minds and intellects, this yields nothing save the necessity of suspension and the lack of certainty of one single category from among these possible categories. It does not mean that we should be certain of the negation of some and the establishment of the rest, and that is certainly false. The second, they have said, it is not permissible that any of the essences be a cause of another essence. For we have shown in the preceding question that all the essences are equal in essenceness, and that the difference is only in the qualities. If an essence were a cause of an essence, then every essence would be a cause of every essence. It would then follow that a specific essence is a cause of itself, and it would follow that the affected essence is general to the essence which was posited as being a cause, and all of that is impossible. Thus it is established that it is not permissible that any of the essences be a cause of any of them. And one might say this is based on the essences being equal in being essences. And we have shown by certain demonstration that that is false. For if the matter were so, it would follow that equal things would have different concomitants as concomitants, and that is impossible in the intellects. As for if we say that they are in themselves different, but that, despite their difference in their realities, they share in being essences, meaning that they are things that are not followers in their existence of others, then on this supposition things have obtained that are different in quiddity, while at the same time being sharers in some of the concomitants. Thus it is established that the truth is what we have mentioned, and if the matter is so, then your discourse has fallen away. Also, the pivot of this argument is on two premises. One of them is that all the essences are equal in essenceness, and the second is that equal things, it is necessary that what is correct of each one of them be correct of the other. We say, if the matter is, as you have mentioned, then at that point it would follow for you that it is permissible for the creator to be turned into a creature, and the creature into a creator, and the possible into a necessary, and the necessary into a possible. At that point, all that you have mentioned would be invalidated for you. And since this does not follow, so too here. The third argument, that the doer of the world, on the supposition of his being created, must be the greater God, who is the creator of this world, powerful over his creation and bringing him into existence. And if that is established, then he must be powerful over all possible things. And if that is established, then he must be powerful over the creation of this world. And if this is established, we say, if we were to posit another thing that is powerful over the creation of this world, the obtaining of one single object of power for two powerful ones would follow, which is impossible. So it is necessary that this supposition be impossible. And know that this argument is not complete unless we say that nothing affects the existence of anything save the power of God the Most High. And most of the people of the world dispute this chapter, and this question will come with exhaustive treatment in the chapter on the power of God the Most High. This is the completion of the discourse in relating the discourse of the theologians in establishing his, the Most High, being eternal and pre-existent. As for the aspect to which they have clung in establishing his being abiding and everlasting, it is that they have said, it has been established by what we have mentioned, his, the Most High, being eternal and pre-existent. We say that whose eternity is established, its non-existence is impossible. And they have argued for the correctness of this premise with several aspects. The first argument, which is the argument on which the Ash'arites rely, is that they have said, this eternal one, if he were to become non-existent after his existence, his non-existence would either be due to the annihilation of an annihilator, or to the occurrence of a contrary, or to the cessation of a condition. And the three categories are false. So the assertion of the non-existence of the eternal is false. It is then necessary here to demonstrate two things. One of them is the demonstration of the restriction of the categories, and the second is the invalidation of each one of them. As for the demonstration of the restriction, it is that we say, everything that has become non-existent after its existence, that non-existence must be permissible. For if that non-existence were necessary in itself, that non-existence would be permanent, and if the non-existence were permanent, the existence would not be eternal. And if that non-existence is a permissible matter, it must have a preponderant cause, and that preponderant cause is either negative or existential. If it is negative, it is that it is said that it became non-existent only for the reason that something became non-existent, and that thing was in need in its existence of it. This is what we have said, that it becomes non-existent due to the cessation of a condition. And if that which necessitates that non-existence is an existential matter, its effect in that annihilation is either by way of choice, which is what we have called annihilation by a doer, or by way of necessitation, which is what we have called non-existence due to the occurrence of a contrary. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned, the demonstration of the restriction of these three categories. As for the demonstration of the invalidity of each one of these three categories, it is that we said that it is impossible that he should become non-existent for the reason that an annihilator has annihilated him, for two reasons. The first, that the occurrence of annihilation by a doer is impossible and not acceptable, because a doer must have an action, and a powerful one must have an effect. A non-existence is pure negation and sheer privation. So the saying that non-existence has occurred by a doer is impossible. The second is that that doer who annihilates him is either eternal or created. It is not permissible that he be eternal, because neither of the two eternal ones is more deserving of being able to annihilate the second than the reverse. And it is not permissible that he be created, because the eternal is stronger in existence than the created. So it is impossible for the created to be powerful over annihilating the eternal. We said that it is impossible that he should become non-existent due to the occurrence of his contrary for several reasons. The first, that contrariety obtains between two contraries. And if that is the case, the occurrence of the created contrary is conditioned by the cessation of the second contrary. If we were to make the cessation of the second contrary caused by the occurrence of the created contrary, a circle would result, which is impossible. The second is that contrariety obtains from both sides. So the cessation of the abiding one for the sake of the occurrence of the occurrent one is not more deserving than the repulsion of the occurrent one for the sake of the abiding one. Nay, this side is more deserving, because repelling is easier than removing. The third is that contrary, if it is an eternal created thing, then at that point the two contraries would have been existent in pre-eternity, which is impossible. And if it is created, the created origin is weaker in existence than the eternal, and the weaker is not powerful enough to annihilate the stronger. We said that it is not permissible to say that that eternal one has become non-existent due to the cessation of a condition, because that condition, if it is eternal, the argument concerning the manner of its non-existence is as the argument concerning the non-existence of the first eternal. And if it is created, it is impossible, because the eternal precedes in its existence the created, and that which precedes a thing, it is impossible for it to be conditioned by it. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that if the eternal were to become non-existent after his existence, his non-existence would either be due to the annihilation of an annihilator, or to the occurrence of a contrary, or to the cessation of a condition. And it is established that all are impossible. So the assertion of the non-existence of the eternal is impossible. The second argument, which the theologians have derived in establishing that non-existence for the eternal is impossible. We say this eternal, if he is necessary of existence in himself, non-existence for him is impossible. And if he is possible of existence in himself, his existence is due to a preponderant cause. And that preponderant cause must either be a choosing doer or a necessitating cause. The first is false, because a choosing doer acts only by means of an intention and a choice, and the intention to bring a thing into being is only before its creation, or at the time of its creation, and the knowledge of this is self-evident. For everything that occurs by means of an intention and a choice is created. And everything that is not created, its occurrence by the bringing into being of a choosing doer, is impossible. Since this category is false, it is established that the eternal, if he were possible of existence in himself, his existence would be caused by an effector who necessitates by essence. And that necessitator, if he is possible, the first division returns. So it remains that he was necessary of existence in himself, And we say his effect in bringing that eternal effect into existence, if it is dependent on a condition that is possible of existence, the division returns concerning the manner of the existence of that condition. And if it is dependent on a condition that is necessary of existence, or was not dependent on a condition at all, at that point the permanence of that effect follows from the permanence of the necessity of that cause that is necessary in itself, or the permanence of the condition of the effectivity, which is an existent that is necessary of existence in itself. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that everything that is eternal is either necessary of existence in itself, or is the effect of a cause that is necessary of existence in itself. And it is established that on both suppositions non-existence for him is impossible. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that everything whose eternity is established, its non-existence is impossible. The third argument, that everything that is eternal is necessary of existence in itself, and that which is so, non-existence for it is impossible. The explanation of the first premise, that the eternal, if he were not necessary of existence in himself, would be possible of existence in himself, and he would be in need of an effector. But that is impossible, because the eternal has no state of non-existence, nor a state of creation at all. Nay, he has always been existent. If he were in need of an effector, he would be in need of an effector only while he exists. It would then follow that that effector is an effector while he exists. It would then follow that what is obtained, and what is created, and that is impossible. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that every eternal is necessary of existence in himself. And the explanation of the second premise, which is that every necessary of existence in himself does not admit of non-existence, is that we say, the one necessary of existence in himself is the one whose reality is not receptive of non-existence. And that which is so, the occurrence of non-existence upon it is impossible. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that every eternal is necessary of existence in himself, and it is established that every necessary of existence in himself, non-existence, is impossible for him. It follows that everything whose eternity is established, its non-existence is impossible. This argument we have summarized for the theologians. And this is the sum of what is befitting for the principles of theology in this chapter. As for the ways that are befitting for the philosophical principles in establishing his, the Most High, being pre-eternal and post-eternal, we say the first aspect. If non-existence were possible for him after his existence, his non-existence after his existence would have to be for a cause, either existential or negative. At that point, his existence would be dependent on the non-existence of that annihilator. And that whose existence is dependent on the consideration of the state of another is possible in itself. So the one necessary of existence in himself is possible of existence in himself. This is a contradiction. And the second aspect in demonstrating the impossibility of this meaning is that the reality of his quiddity, if it is not receptive of non-existence at all, then the objective has been achieved. And if it is receptive of non-existence, then either its reception of existence and non-existence is on the basis of equality, or it is said that the aspect of existence is more deserving than the aspect of non-existence. If it is the first, its need for a preponderant cause would follow, since it has been established that the equally possible cannot be conceived of as having one of its two sides preponderate over the other, except for a preponderant cause. At that point, the one necessary in himself would be necessary by another, which is impossible. And if it is the second, which is that it is said that his reality is receptive of non-existence and of existence, but that existence is more deserving of it than non-existence, we say, this is impossible, for we have shown that the combination of the principle of possibility with the obtaining of a priority is impossible and false. Thus it is established by what we have mentioned that the one necessary of existence in himself must be pre-eternal and post-eternal. The third aspect in demonstrating the necessity of his being pre-eternal and post-eternal is that when he was existent, it is either said that he was possible of existence in himself, or he was necessary of existence in himself. If we say that he is possible of existence in himself, and every possible of existence in himself does not exist except by a cause, then the one independent of a cause is in need of a cause. This is a contradiction. And if we say that he was necessary of existence in himself, if we were to posit that he became non-existent at a certain time, at that point he would have passed from essential necessity either to essential possibility or to essential impossibility. And all of that is impossible, because on this supposition that essential necessity would be receptive of change. And everything that is receptive of change is not a necessity by essence. It follows that the necessity by essence is not a necessity by essence. This is a contradiction. Thus it is established by the sum of what we have summarized that the one necessary of existence in himself must be pre-eternal and post-eternal. And this is the completion of the objective of this chapter. The seventh discussion, concerning the exhaustive treatment of the discourse on the reality of pre-eternity and post-eternity. Know that these two terms are concise, and for the sake of their conciseness, the intellect does not grasp the entirety of the intended meaning of the terms pre-eternity and post-eternity. And the scholars have mentioned many examples that unveil the reality of this meaning. The first example, they have said, if we were to posit that the interior of the outermost celestial sphere were filled with grains of millet, and we were to posit that in every 1,000,000 years one single grain of those grains perishes, and then we were to posit the combination of all these grains with all their multiplicity, and the impossibility of the intellect grasping a single part of their parts, and then we were to compare that sum with the concept of pre-eternity. That sum in relation to pre-eternity would be as non-existence in relation to existence. That is because that sum, although it has reached such a point of multiplicity that the intellect is incapable of encompassing a small part of it, yet the self-evident knowledge is obtained that it is generated only from the addition of finite quantities to one another a finite number of times. And the sum obtained from the addition of the finite to the finite is finite. So this sum has a beginning, and infinity and beginninglessness are not finite, and the finite in relation to the non-finite is as non-existence in opposition to existence. This example unveils the reality of pre-eternity in some aspects. The second example, the numerals of the Indian system of calculation have a wondrous arrangement. For the one in the first place is 1, in the second it is 10, in the third it is 100, in the fourth it is 1,000, in the fifth it is 10,000, in the sixth it is 100,000, and in the seventh it is 1,000,000. Having understood this, we say, let us posit that according to every pinpoint of the sum of the outermost celestial sphere, there has obtained a world like this corporeal world, which comprises the 7 celestial spheres and the 4 elements. Then let us posit that these worlds have extended to such an extent that they have become in thickness the measure of the skin of a garlic clove. Then let us posit that all those surfaces have been filled with the ranks of numbers according to the numerals of engineering. Then let us posit that a comparison has been made between the sum of those calculations and the reality of pre-eternity. That sum, in opposition to the reality of pre-eternity, would be as non-existence in opposition to existence, by the explanation which we have summarized in the first example. Thus it has become clear by these two examples that the reality of pre-eternity and post-eternity is such that human intellects have no power to grasp it. Then we say that these calculations, which we have mentioned, are finite quantities, and human intellects have no way to grasp a single mote of their motes. If the case in finite quantities is thus, what then is your thought of that which has no end? Thus it is established that the intellects are incapable of reaching the beginnings of these meanings, let alone of reaching their ends and their goals. And if you have grasped the reality of pre-eternity and post-eternity from the aforementioned considerations, we say, here there are inquiries which must be grasped. The first, they have said, the precedence of God the Most High to this day is either by a finite duration or by a non-finite duration. If it is the first, it would follow that God the Most High is created, which is impossible. And if it is the second, it would follow that it is said that before this day a non-finite duration has passed. But the passing of a non-finite duration is impossible. So the obtaining of this day would be dependent on an impossible condition, and that which is dependent on the impossible is impossible. So it would be necessary that the obtaining of this day be impossible. And since it is not so, we know that that which has passed before, it was finite, not non-finite. The second, that pre-eternity and post-eternity are opposed as two contraries, and every two things whose situation is thus, one of them must be distinguished from the other. It is therefore necessary that the end of pre-eternity be connected to the beginning of post-eternity. But this is impossible, because every limit, posited as being the end of pre-eternity and the beginning of post-eternity, the end of pre-eternity and the beginning of post-eternity, existed before it. For the time which precedes that time by the measure of 100 years is outside of pre-eternity and inside of post-eternity. On this supposition, the distinction of post-eternity from pre-eternity is impossible, and we have posited it as being distinguished from it. This is a contradiction. The third, if we say God was existent in pre-eternity and will be existent in post-eternity, our saying was signifies a thing that was existent and has now passed and no longer remains. And our saying will be signifies a thing that will be existent in post-eternity and is now not obtained. Therefore, everything of which it is true that it was and will be, in it there are changing, renewed states. And the essence of God the Most High, since it is necessary of permanence, impossible of change, it is necessary that it not be true of him that he was in pre-eternity and will be in post-eternity, and that he was now. And everything of which these three expressions are false, it is impossible for it to be existent. This is a contradiction. And know that we have mentioned the inquiries of pre-eternity and post-eternity with complete exhaustive treatment in the book, which comprises the inquiry into the reality of place and time. And let this be the last of our discourse in the first book of the Divine Science. And the author, our master, the one who calls to God, may God's mercy be upon him, said, "This was completed on Friday of Dhul-Qa'dah, in the year 603, and all praise is due to God in all circumstances. And may God bless our Master Muhammad, the unlettered prophet, the pure, the chaste, and his family and his companions, and grant them peace every time the rememberers remember you, and the heedless are heedless of your remembrance. Here ends the first part of the book, The Sublime Pursuits of the Metaphysical Knowledge, by Imam Fakhr al-Din al-Razi. And the second part follows it, and its subject is The Proofs that Indicate Oneness and Incomparability.